quite apt, isn't it? There we go. Oh, yes, there's going to be a few little hungover heads today, I think. In the party, at least. So yeah, we'll have a little bit of a trimmed down party for this session. A couple of people are running late, and I fear one may be asleep. We'll find out. Let me just try and ring and put. I put some ambient music on while I while I make a phone call to see if they're awake. She's alive. Didn't want to run the risk of having just 2 people for the session to begin with. Or 3. Oh, right. I can turn that music off now. Get all myself all set up and all honky dory. Oh, right. Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a trimmed down party for this session. A little bit more chilled out. We've had quite a few little tense sessions lately. So, a little chance to unwind and have no huge earth-shattering drama or combat. Maybe even a spot of shopping, I think a few people want to dip their toe into. Just Dion Adulda getting Garbler's stuff back. The sessioning. Yes. And then Quithus turns right up at the end just as you get it. Hey, Garble, thank you very much for the resub. Shopping! Yay! Alright, let's hop on into the call. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I had your stream turned up more than usual, so I just thought you were saying that in stream.
God, that's a lonely sight. 2 people in the list.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give it a bit for Garble and stuff to.
Yeah, well, Garble's just resubbed, so I know he's on his way in.
Yeah.
So sounded like she was awake, so
Oh, she just came online on disc. So
there we go. See, it's all going to plan.
it's all coming together.
It's all part of the plan.
There she is.
Hello.
Right on time, see?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Never in doubt.
With 1 minute to spare.
Exactly. I never doubted you for a second.
Liar.
How is everyone?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Ready for just a nice, relaxing weekend, though. Need to just chill out. I'm away. Need a minute or 2. No worries, dude. Take your time.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be hectic for us. We got like 3 social things planned in one day.
Oof.
I don't know how I'm gonna manage. Too many people born in January, like too many birthdays, too many people fucking in March that need to stop.
Yeah. Was that you going yeah or yawn?
It was kind of both.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I literally had maybe like a 3-minute nap.
Nice. Oh,
Closed my eyes at about 11:05. Woke up at 11:07.
nice. Gotta love
And
that.
now I have iced coffee and yum yums.
Nice.
I'm eating the pain away.
As always, I have a lovely Monster Energy drink to keep me boosted.
I have yum yums. They're covered in sugar.
Yeah, I did have a bag of peanut M&Ms last night, but I hated them.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Well, I think for the first half of the the session, this is our lot.
I'm
Yep.
here as well. Hello.
Hello. 3 people down. It's disgusting.
Don't phrase it like that. It makes me triggered.
Start whacking out the stuff of healing.
Start bonking the staff on the ground. Do your job.
Right, well, let me just my resident DJer's gone. Let me get my Suncraft in here.
Or else our immersion.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but my immersion by the fact that there is apparently a fucking house instrumental band following us anywhere we go.
Look, listen.
It's me. I'm the band. It's just me playing songs in the background.
Yeah. There we go. Whew. Alright, then. So, last week, fresh from your victory in the Battle of the Bands, the Unseelie, Queen of Air and Darkness, standing with a fresh javelin-sized arrow protruding from her shoulder, roared for the hidden Unseelie to take up arms as the Battle of the Vale began. Turning her attention to Ayara, she spoke out to your female warlock friend, almost calling her to her side like a pet. Then let loose a cold, shrill scream that caused a domino-style wave of collapsing bodies as one by one hundreds of the citizens of the Vale fell dead, including members of the Blue Phoenix and Bobbling Garble and Quithus from your band, though the latter two were struck by a bolt of lightning which strangely brought them back from the brink. Fighting for your lives and the freedom of Dion's home, you began to assault the Unseelie Queen, as an enlarged green-skinned form of Coraline descended onto the battlefield to confront her archfey daughter. With some very lucky rolls, you all, aside from a face-down, ass-up Boblin, came from the battle alive. The Unseelie Queen laying on the floor beaten with one of Lilith's arrows buried into one of her eye sockets. Coraline walked forward, reaching into the wide-open wound on her daughter's body, and pulled a swirling mass of dark shadow energy from it, saying she needed time to decide her full punishment, and sent her daughter's essence to the West Pit bowels for 13,000 years in the meantime. Coraline looked around the bloody battlefield and revealed her true form as the goddess Nylea. Using the last remaining ounces of her energy to undo the damage her daughter had caused, she brought back the fallen to life once more. Looking at your group, she gave her appreciation to all that your band, the Coven of Chaos, had done for her and her people, most notably that of Dion and Ayara. Nylea and the Unseelie Queen's physical bodies, now standing in the gardens, immortalised in statues as the Fey Goddess was finally able to rest and recover her divine power. The locals of the Vale began to swamp your stage as they began to congratulate you on your double victory, while on the opposite stage the 3 remaining members of the Blue Phoenix awaited their comeuppance. Brutus the Minotaur, looking a little guilty, explained he was just looking to entertain people when he had joined the band, and eventually falling under Roland's control after reaching the Feywild. While Roland and his half-orc drummer, Snack, were both sent off to the theatre in the Feywild, where they could finally get what they always wanted, for both of them and their music to last for eternity. Garble was kidnapped by a group of giggling female satyr, as they led him off, feeding him bottle after bottle of alcohol, while the rest of you headed for the tavern for your own much-needed drink and rest. Dulder began to dish out an insane amount of healing to the now living people of the Vale, while Dion headed home to be reunited with her family. In the Lower Town Tavern, you all began to celebrate and were introduced to Dion's parents as the effects of the alcohol slowly set in and affect many of you as one by one you all began to pass out. The locals, seemingly waiting for this moment, began to chant Cult of Horns, eagerly trying to take the passed-out Dulder away somewhere before they were intervened by Dion and the others who were still awake. The last place we left off was with Dulder, who in his drunken stupor had gathered a drink from the bar and made his walk over to the gardens to lay a tribute at the statue of Nylea, and was in turn given his own tribute by the nep-shaped plant child before he made his way back to the others for a long night's rest. So, silence begins to descend across the Vale, as one by one the revellers slowly drink themselves to sleep. The music and cheers dwindle, and soon enough in the tavern there is little sound outside of the sounds of the deep breathing as all within the inn rests. Dulder, you managed to find your way back to your friends fairly safely, and found yourself a nice corner of the tavern, nestling down in comfort of a series of pillows and thick furs where your drained body finally welcomes a long sleep. You're immediately hit with an uncomfortable warmth in the darkness. You hear the sounds of heavy metal being beaten as a new vision comes into view. Standing in a huge, vast dome structure, you're surrounded by pools of molten rock and metal. All across the walls of this area are covered from floor to the very top of the dome ceiling in carvings and reliefs, all telling tales of dwarven history, culminating with Moradin's face looking down from above. Looking around to the sound of the working metal, you look into the centre of this chamber, and up onto a raised platform where you see Moradin himself, pacing back and forth behind the largest anvil you've ever seen, as two much smaller dwarves in comparison to your god sweat, bleed, and work tirelessly in tandem, hammering, twisting, turning, and quenching. Almost mesmerised by the shared understanding and skill being demonstrated by these two smiths, which is unlike any you'd seen before, even with the creation of your own hammer. You begin to see a third dwarf, female, with hair tied up in pigtails, sweat beads running down her face, that runs past you, gathers the weapons and armour that are being made from the smiths, and immediately runs back down the stairs as each piece is completed, over to the rear of the chamber. Turning round, you see a circle of elves, hands all glowing. Behind them, and mirroring Moradin's tense disposition, you see a familiar, tall, blonde, handsome elven god that you'd seen in previous visions. What you assume to be the elven god Corellin leans into the elves, whispering his own thoughts and ideas as the circle of elven mages begin to enchant and infuse the crafted items with arcane magic. One by one, each piece is completed and is carried by Corellin himself over to a large group of individuals who has been stood waiting patiently. This group is varied and even more diverse than your own group, with races of human, elf, dwarf, gnome, halfling, tabaxi, and more, each one seemingly adored in the sigils and holy symbols of the other deities. You see a large platinum-scaled half-dragon who kneels in reverence as Corellin passes him a very familiar-looking scale-shaped shield. A large muscular woman takes a similar knee as she is handed a golden set of armour that almost seems to glow with light as it's placed in her hands. One of the figures dressed in white and gold robes steps forward, a large thick-set body covered in feathers, with two large wings protruding from their back, and an owl-shaped head. They reach up and nervously grab a small circlet in Corellin's hand and place the circlet on her head. As she does, you see a small runic marking etch itself onto the owlin's forehead, in the shape of a third eye. You watch the owlin shed a tear as they clutch their holy symbol to Ioun. One by one, weapons and armour are handed out, one each to the waiting mortals, as a large hulking Goliath man adorns the final piece, strapping two large stone gauntlets to his forearms. As you're kind of standing there watching this kind of ceremony of these kind of items being handed out, you hear a familiar voice curl into your left ear. one that once sent shivers running up your spine, but now, with the knowledge of its true owner, now carries with it more comfort. I certainly chose the perfect vision for my second payment. What are you doing?
As comforting as it may be, I'm pretty sure Dulder still has that. Oh shit!
Yeah, yeah.
Being, obviously very engrossed with what he's witnessing, and kind of trying to split his attention 50-50 between what's being made, what's going out, and so basically chameleon style, one eye just glued to Moradin, ignoring the fact that he has a image of his own face in his own area. Dulder will kind of look towards the assembled group there, and he will ask, what is their task?
It seems your gods wanted to level the playing field and armed their own champions with powerful artifacts, like that of their counterparts. You're in luck that your party has already gained one of these items. And she looks over to the Platinum Champion, who is marvelling at the shield he has been given. I believe that the role was to be the champion of the gods. These are the chosen few that would stand side by side with them on the battlefield so that they could help out in the war.
I take it this takes place well before the forging of Celestia.
I wouldn't say well before, but certainly in the years leading up to it.
And Dulder is still kind of hung up because, just to clarify, you said that the items were forged, and then after forging by the dwarves, they were enchanted by the elves. Little bit of a worldview twister for Dulder there, and he'll kind of be standing contemplating that for a moment.
And at this very moment in time, in this giant dome, that there are three gods if you count Nylea. So you see Moradin up at the top near the anvil, Corellin handing out the items, and then Nylea is stood to your side.
Well, as Morris, I'm assuming that she's more spectating the vision rather than being part of the vision.
Yeah.
This type of cooperation is something unheard of in our realm.
It happened quite a long time ago. Times change.
Yet how much of it was due to desperation?
That's not me for me to really know. I spent much of my time in the Feywild. The material realm was a place that I never visited. Roll an insight check.
Can do. Boosted insight. Can't just go after the passive?
No, it's more of like she's kind of speaking, you're just kind of looking at her and just kind of taking a bit of a roll.
14 plus 8, so 22.
That's pretty good. She's speaking to you, but she's not looking at you. Her eyes are currently fixed on Corellin.
What type of look she giving him?
The probably kind of look that you're expecting.
Dulder will, with steely resolve, not do the stereotypical look back and forth, and will instead just make a remark along the lines of, "They have been gone for a very long time."
Too long.
But as you say, the return should be soon.
Yes, and the manner of the return, like I said, resides not entirely solely on your party's shoulders, but I believe you'll be playing a large part in it.
We will make things as prepared as we can.
Well, given from these visions that Ioun's been showing you, it seems that Ioun is probably in an even weaker state than I. They always left breadcrumbs for their followers to trail, but with the urgency ahead, I doubt even Ioun is being this cryptic intentionally. But it would seem that they at least are trying to lead you in the direction of maybe these items that have been forged. They certainly would give your party a helping advantage. You already have one. It would make sense to probably go and find and collect the others.
Oh, see, yes, Ram, I figured that out. But thank you for the guide. Does Dolder know if Nylea got just the 2 visions or all the visions?
When you originally asked the question about when you were all kind of gathered around her table in the grove, you felt Ioun's amulet pulse warm. Just once. And I would say that using Dolder's kind of wisdom, you kind of got the idea that she probably kind of reached in and just plucked one of the visions that she'd shared.
I mean, I'm just saying, according to the bargain, it was the 1 vision each time, so it was more so if she had decided to help herself kind of a thing.
She helped herself the first time, this is the second one.
Not knowing if it will work here, since we're already in a vision, Dolder will reach into his pouch and extend the amulet to Nylea.
An attempt to try and do what?
Basically, if she hadn't gotten the other visions.
Oh, yeah, no, she just puts her hand up. It's okay, I already have seen the other one. I just wanted to piggyback into this one just to kind of maybe even try and give Ioun a little bit of a friendly boost with my own power. And she's just kind of looking around at the kind of location at the minute.
Dolder will glean what information he can of the various items.
Alright, make a perception check.
Perception. That is a 18.
18. I would say with an 18 from the ones that I kind of read out, you do see the 2 stone gauntlets that are wearing are being worn by the barbarian. You do see that they are carved out of stone, and with your knowledge of stonework, it seems to be quite a familiar looking type of rock. One that you have seen previously in another vision, when you saw the dwarves being carved from the stone titan.
So it's safe to assume it's a dwarf made. Well, all of them are dwarf made items.
They're all dwarf made, but they seem to be made out of the same stone titan that the dwarves were made from.
Alright, that's high on the priority list then. But yeah, basically Dolder is trying to get familiar enough with the items that he would be able to use like location spells on them once, you know, he managed to track them down.
Yeah.
Since most types of location spells are based on having some sort of familiarity with the objects.
Yeah, I would say that you kind of almost like do like a visual scan of each item and start to kind of note different ones. You don't know the name of them as such, but visually you can picture them in your mind if you ever wanted to use that spell again.
Perfecto. I'm trying to recall OOC if Dolder ever actually asked the question of if Nylea believes that the manifestation or whatever you want to call it that is Celestia will survive the breaking, but I think that was already asked.
I don't think you asked it, but
Dolder, you know, contemplating the dwarves working and Morden pacing, will the being that Celestia has become survive the breaking of the old moon?
it would be hard to say. She's certainly gained quite a lot of strength in the years that she's been prayed to, and with the combined location of all the gods across the surface of the moon itself, she is not a god to be looked down upon. She certainly has her own set of skills. It wouldn't surprise me if she would survive.
Yet how much of that power will vanish once the gods are no longer there?
I'm afraid that is not something that I would know. Only time will tell.
Dolder having some internally mixed feelings. Since as much as, he's never been a fan of Celestia, it's also like, well...
Death of one god.
Literally made of Moradin,
Yeah.
and aren't alive because of Moradin's power, so...
I want my Moradin back.
Yeah, I want my Moradin back, but it's like, well... Used to be that Celestia was either potentially the warden, if not the usurper. Now it's like, oh no, she's like the stepdaughter.
Yeah. As Niley is kind of walking around and just kind of taking a look at all these champions of the gods, she starts to kind of speak out again. I've not seen items like these before. Corellon left the Feywild and never returned, but I imagine they created these items to elevate a mortal above their peers, but I think for the full power of these items to awaken themselves, much like Dion's loot, that power must be earned, either by proving your worth or becoming the champion of the god it is attached to.
A little bit introspection. Well, not introspection, but back thinking here. Has Dolder noticed the shield that Quithus has becoming more powerful over time?
No. It seems to have stayed pretty constant.
But does he have a feeling that
it still has potential?
Or but say it still has potential to awaken further.
Yeah. I would say you kind of noticed that when you casted like a divine sense on the crown within the cave, back on Shawcross.
Items forged with such power is difficult to do when such power is not available. We are able to channel a fragment of Moradin's power, as Quithus is able to channel a fragment of his deity, but we are far removed from them. And frankly, there has not been need for such items.
No, but that need will be coming. And like I said, I think the idea is that you prove yourself worthy, and the item will unlock itself for you. Sorry, I just saw saw the comment.
Stay on target. Stay on target.
Sorry, Bowser, love you.
I love you, Bowser.
We will do what we can, and once we are clear of the wilds and I can return to Carthaldur, I hope to be able to bring the entire attention and power of my clan out in this. But if they are stubborn, I will do what I must myself.
As you kind of say your hometown's name, it starts to kind of reverberate around this dome and start to echo around. And Alia just starts to kind of walk towards you, kind of looking a little bit tired and weary. I must rest now, and I think it's time for you to wake up. I would ask that you be gentle with my people. They mean no harm, particularly the ones that are near you currently. And she gives you a warm smile as the vision fades.
As things fade, Dolder will resist the urge to give her his trademark glare, because it is still a damn deity, so he is trying to show some reverence, but he will be muttering under his breath, "I already healed half the frickin' town."
However, as you slowly start to come to consciousness, we will...
The fucking hangover starts to settle in.
Yeah, we'll cut over to the other side of the veil. Garble.
The other side? Oh boy, where'd you go?
Your eyes flutter open as it gazes up to the swirling magical sky of the Feywild. A few bird-sized dragonflies zoom around the air above you as you hear the soft flowing sounds of water. Sitting yourself up and rubbing your head as you suffer the mother of all hangovers, you hit hair, and for a moment you panic as you think you've misplaced your hat, but then take a deep sigh of relief when you see it beside you. Not long before, even more panic sets in as you realise you've been stripped completely nude, and looking around your surroundings, you're currently floating on a large slab of bark as it is slowly drifting along the outskirts of the gardens.
Completely nude, as in
You've got your hat.
the only thing. Okay, like, okay, that level. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll be I'll be yelling as hard as I can. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone in like a mile would just like hear me yell, "My suit!" And I gotta start recollecting who, like the amount of Gabbies yesterday. One of them had to have done it.
Yeah. Make a perception check for me.
That's an 8.
Yeah, no sign of your suit anywhere. And judging from this kind of location, you don't see too many, like, you don't see like the built-up area of the town that you'd kind of walked through before, and that's kind of over to the other side. But what you do notice is on a small dock to your right, there is a tall, blonde, almost white-haired elf, long flowing green robe, sat on a small stool, holding a fishing rod, who is just watching you with utter curiosity as you're slowly drifted past him, screaming naked on the river. Good morning.
I cover my jibbly bits with my hat and I approach said white-haired elf.
Well, currently you're floating past him on a raft.
Okay. Well,
But he says, good morning. I see the Cult of Horns has claimed another stub.
do they do this often?
Yeah, the locals tend to celebrate the arrival of outsiders to the Vale by subjecting them to a series of alcohol-induced pranks or trials, until they get bored or the Sibyls stand in to end it at least. Unfortunately for you, from the looks of it, I think they likely had fun with you until they got bored.
The fun is taking a turn. Can you point me towards the closest one of them?
Well, the town's over there, and he kind of points back over opposite where the gardens are.
Well, that's helpful. Okay. I guess I gotta go over there then.
Would you at least like me to find something to cover yourself with? Maybe a spot of breakfast to help ease what I'm assuming is quite the large hangover.
That might help. Yeah. This hat ain't used to adorn this specific part of me.
I'm certain it's not. And he kind of flicks a finger as the raft shifts suddenly in the water and pulls over to the dock. And he kind of throws you a large kind of silken blanket to cover yourself with. Well, follow me. And he grabs his stool as a small bag filled with fish just levitates off the ground and kind of just drifts behind him as he walks towards a building back from the shore. The building is a fairly decent-sized kind of L-shaped structure, similar in size to your party's home in Vidal, but has a small cylindrical tower at the corner. The most notable feature of the building itself is a large twisting tree that bursts from the side of the tower, with the canopy acting like an umbrella over the rest of the home. Outside the building is a beautiful courtyard. All manner of different plants and flowers grow around the edge, while in the centre is a large stone statue of a dragon, its face curled into a warm smile as it looks towards a small humanoid woman that is resting her head on its snout. The statue is lit up from the broken rays of light coming down from the canopy above that almost cast scale-like shapes that shimmer and shimmer all across its surface, giving it an almost silver metallic sheen. Fish okay for breakfast?
Fish is perfect. I'm from a port town, so fish was all we had.
Interesting. Judging from your look, I thought you came from one of the hells.
Yeah, I guess I do have blood from there, but some blood is quite human.
Fascinating. Fiend mixed with mortal. It's not something I've seen before.
Yeah, it's not something I keep hearing is supposed to be normal either.
Nothing really is normal in this realm, to be fair, since I've been living here. And he kind of pushes his way into the house and kind of holds the door open more for you so you don't drop the blanket surrounding you.
Appreciate it.
Seems I missed quite a celebration last night. What was it all for?
Well, we had a musical battle, which ended in our favor. And then some deities came to play, if we could say that, and afterwards I thought I saw a lot of friendly faces, but that turned into a blur, and here we are.
Deity, the gods have returned?
Well, at least one of them, I think, from what I can remember, but again, I do think I drank quite heavily.
He kind of walks over to the side of the kitchen and starts to kind of fry some of the fish up. And which of the gods has returned? Pray tell.
I do think I would not call him a friend, but I have a companion, very short, does never smile. He will probably be a better one to actually answer that. I do think they're still in town though, so uh, maybe if we could find them, they could actually give you most of the details about that.
I may wander over into town later on in the day. I'll give the locals time to recover from what's transpired, because they're always a little bit tetchy after a big celebration like this. Although it's not going to do you to walk around town with just a blanket. Let me see if I can find some clothes for you. And he kind of leaves the fish kind of cooking as he kind of goes off into a different room and starts to kind of check through some of his wardrobe. Meanwhile, while this was happening, back over to the tavern. Lilith.
Yeah.
You begin to hear the sounds of soft voices and whispers. It seems we missed quite the party last night, sisters. Indeed, though I want to have swapped our own experience for a drunken night down here. Sisters, I think this is the one over here. What are you doing?
Remind me where I left.
You're in a pub.
I left-
You're in a pub, just kind of slumped in wherever you fell when you were drinking.
Did I not? I thought I moved. I thought I moved away.
You
So I was partly not drunk.
Well, you're not drunk, but it was just it's like a big open kind of bar area where there's just like pillows and blankets everywhere where you basically drink until you drop. So there's probably just a corner of the room where you managed to kind of curl up close to your friends.
Okay. I open my eyes.
Okay. Make a perception check.
21.
Of course it is. You open your eyes and you see three female satyrs, each of varying ages. One of them looks very old, with blue-grey fur and long grey hair, who is leaning on an old gnarled staff. The one next to her is more middle-aged of the three. Unlike her counterparts, who have curled almost like ram-like horns, hers are more deer-like and are spread out and up above her head majestically, her entire body seemingly coated in a fuzzy ash-blonde fur collar. The third and youngest is currently kneeling beside the body of Quithus. Her legs covered in a chestnut-covered fur, eyes a beautiful mint green, as she stares down at your ally, who currently seems to have some sort of leech clinging onto his neck that is sucking the blood from one of his veins.
I really quickly pull myself to my feet, but so silently, and just are they quite close to me actually?
They're about 30 feet across, from you and across the other end of the tavern.
Okay, I'm almost my feet are hardly touching the floor. I'm up. I'm
Stealth.
Stealth.
Roll stealth check.
And
We will see how your feet actually.
I am the knight.
we will see how stealthy you are.
The
She
dice will
falls on her
determine the
face.
description.
Natural one.
She's stealthy because she's hungover. She thinks she's.
Yeah.
hungover
She can't
in
hear the
bed,
creaking
hungover in
floorboards.
Real life.
It's
Just to let you know,
called role-playing.
my stealth is +10, so.
Jesus Christ.
Don't help if you're all a one.
Yeah, it doesn't help if you're all a one.
No, but it helps if I roll a 19.
Fucking
+10.
hell.
Mm.
Yeah,
I'm
you
flying
are
through that
pretty.
sky.
You are pretty confident that you are unnoticed.
Okay, as I reach, as I'm flying, my hand just pulls the white-haired one that's crouched down back, and just silently and harshly, "What are you doing?"
Oh, sorry, we didn't mean to wake any of you yet. We just decided it was best to take the blood sample that we were promised. Your friend made a deal, and well, we thought we'd let him rest while we kind of took it because, well, and he kind of looks down at Quithus, who is just deep snoring at the minute. Doesn't seem to be too fussed about the leech that's currently on his neck. We are the Sibyls. We kind of interpret the will of Nylea within the Veil. We do have something, because obviously a deal that requires payment needs something back, and we have been told to kind of meet with you all once you all kind of came to. And
It's gonna be sorry.
go on, no. I was just gonna say that this youngest one looks a little bit more nervy compared to the other two, and just don't seem to be that fussed that you're currently grabbing one of their one of the three.
Manhandling grandma.
Yeah. Well, this is the youngest one that's kneeling down.
youngest.
Yeah, the youngest one.
I just kind of look her in the eye and then up to the two sisters, and that is no excuse to take blood from a sleeping slumber. You ask permission. I'm sure if he made a deal, he would honour it. And I just kind of look at Quithus's body as I think that's pretty true.
One of the oldest one, the grey-haired one, just kind of gives you a smile. I do love it when outsiders come to the Vale.
I just kind of give her a little bit of a glare.
We mean no harm. A lot of the things in town, it's... I don't want to say it's not somewhere where you normally just ask for permission. Our homes are all open, you know. People just tend to kind of wander in and out of locations. This isn't a violent place. It's a place of, well, fun and merriment, but I suppose we could have asked, but it is not something that is normally an issue, especially where Nylea is involved.
Still, it's polite to ask.
I like you. And she just kind of gives you a very like condescending like pat on the head.
That's a little chat.
Never look at chat mid-scene.
I assume Quithis is just still asleep.
Yeah, he's out.
Okay. I'm going to ask the weird question on why a leech?
Do you have a syringe?
Understood.
When in the Feywild, do as the Fey do.
I'm kind of torn between leaving a leech on my friend.
Yeah.
And
While this conversation was happening, you see the leech has now become quite plump and is now just kind of flopped off the side of his neck and is just now kind of just lying on its back on the ground. And the young one kind of goes to reach and pick it up.
before she does, I pick it up.
Okay.
And I kind of hold it up in the air,
Okay.
like, towards my face. Kind of, not like close to my face, like.
Okay. Okay.
That your look of concern. I just kind of like investigating it, and then so the blood. What is it for?
Well, it seems your companion here is suffering from some sort of illness, and one of the deals that Nylea had entered with him was to try and help him either find a cure or steer him in a direction where he could shake off the effects. The payment for this was a vial of his blood, so that she, or at least now she is resting, the druids of the Vale can start to research probably their own variation of the cure. It's for his own benefit and the benefit of his kind.
I just kind of like move it closer to the Sator's hand, like, so this will help him.
It'll help those following him. The information that we have ready for him will be what helps him.
I kind of slowly hand it back to the young Sator.
She her fingers kind of curl around it, and she kind of blushes and just kind of gives you a nod.
I kind of give like the older one a glare of, I don't trust you, but if this will help, I will, or if you use it for things you have not said, this is the kind of look I'm giving her.
Mm-hmm.
I will find you. That kind of look.
Yeah.
Help my friend.
We intend to. In the meantime, and she kind of looks around at the kind of passed out variations of all your kind of party members. You also, with your passive perception, I would say that you'd notice as well that Ayara and Ajran are currently not in the bar.
I kind of stand. Have I done like a search? Did you say? Sorry.
I'll just as a quick like look around the room. It's just bodies everywhere, all in very awkward positions. People are like almost like in weird like melted cat kind of shapes over the side of chairs. Okay. You look over at the bar and you see Boblin is just currently like just drooling into a puddle onto the bar itself.
I stand up and try and look for the rest of the party. So do I see? Can I see them amongst everyone? As like
with your
concern
with your
rituals?
with your ridiculous passiveness, I would say, yeah, you can see Dion over in one side, who is currently kind of curled up, with a kind of mother and father and a brother and sister, almost like in a little kind of family cuddle party. Quithis is obviously by your feet. Boblin is on the bar, and at this point as well, Dulder, you start to kind of come to consciousness. Still curled up in your corner of the tavern, you wake up to find a tiny old man with tiny butterfly-like wings that's currently curled up in your beard like it's a bird's nest, snoring his head off, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth and still clutching a small thimble-sized tankard in his hand. As the unbearable warmth from your vision fades, it doesn't quite fade from around your neck and the side of your face as you realise the giant pillow that you thought you were resting against isn't a pillow, and is instead a large, round, bulbous, hairy belly of a sleeping male satyr, with black and grey skunk patterned, a grey and skunk patterned beard that is sprinkled with and tied with all charms and petals. The top of his head is kind of a little bit kind of bed hair, but unlike many of the other satyrs you've seen, he is completely hornless.
Dulder will lay there, and he will oh so dearly miss being in a dwarven run forge and lament his current location, and then take a second to also remind himself of Nylea's parting words of "be kind to them," and how that all of a sudden makes oh so much more sense. And also that the ringing of hammers on Anvil have now been replaced with just a flat ringing in his skull from whatever the fuck they put in his beard last night.
Yeah. And you kind of look over at the corner, and Lilith is just kind of looking around and just kind of locks eyes with you. And I suppose Lilith, at this point you'd kind of have the sudden realisation of the situation Dulder's in, tucked away in the corner.
Kind of give a blank stare as I start kind of moving closer in, like, well, I'm just Dulder, I'm deep in your eyes.
Sun's real low.
Gives a glance over at Lilith, and then looks down and contemplates how to deal with the fucking squatter living in his beard right now.
What do you do?
Surprisingly carefully, will basically reach down with two fingers and just kind of try to. Is he I'm assuming he's wearing something?
Yeah, it just looks like he's almost got like flower petals that are just kind of covering the important kind of parts of his privates.
Lovely. All right. Just thinking of like moths and butterflies and gossamer thin wings. All right. Well, Dulder will instead like grab an ankle instead of a wing and just slowly and carefully, but not necessarily like giving a shit if he starts dangling upside down, lift the fairy up and over. Try to position it on a somewhat soft surface.
Roll a sleight of hand check as you're trying to be careful not to wake this small little fairy.
While he's doing that, can I get a bit closer?
Dex,
yeah.
Dex ability, yeah, that's gonna be great. Oh my fucking Christ! Well, putting in my modifiers, my grand total is a 1.
Well,
That 1 on that dice.
Well, shit.
I have a feeling I try to pick him up, but go too gentle and instead drop him head first straight onto the floor.
Well, that happens, but what happens before that is you reach up, you grab his ankle and start to swing him round, just as he starts to wake up and scream as this giant, to his standards at least, giant dwarf is just swinging him round in his hungover state. Like, little squirting of vomit just kind of flies out from his mouth as he screams. Does a 17 hit you? I don't think it's...
Towards my AC?
Yeah. I'm guessing 17...
Even without my shield, no.
Yeah, even without your shield, no. So, here's what happens. You lift up the small little kind of fairy and start swinging around. He starts to scream and vomit uncontrollably, which is luckily not a lot considering his small size. But a large mug then is flung in your direction, and you duck out of the way as it hits the satyr person next to you in the face. As you hear like a shout from over at the bar. Can you shut up? Some of us are trying to sleep. As you see like boblins just kind of like arm outstretched, just kind of flung, and just drool just dripping from his chin. And at that point, the satyr next to you just starts to kind of wake up after getting a mug thrown in his face.
Identifying the source of said flying saucer. Boblin, I will shove that club up where the sun does not shine if you throw something at me again.
As you're saying that, another object is flung back over your shoulder as the satyr has now woken up after getting the mug thrown and has just launched it back in Boblin's direction, knocking him...
And Boblin's dead.
No, he's alright. It's a flying mug, I'm sure he can survive. But it does hit him square in the face as he just kind of then tumbles off the back of the bar.
Oh.
Or I will let him deal with it.
Time is it?
Dalder will lean his head back, gaze up into the rafters of the bar. Going by the position of the moon, the sun, and the stars, I would say it is time to get up.
5 more minutes. And then the kind of like large kind of pot-bellied satyr just plonks back down again and kind of like rolls over into your little kind of warm kind of groove that you've kind of dented into the pillows overnight.
Hey, I'm done with it. He can have it at this point. If I'm still holding on to the fairy, I'm going to put that on top of him.
Okay.
Cherry on top.
Still screaming, and then he plunks it down, then recognises the person that he's been plonked down on again and goes, "Thank you, good sir." And
I am not a bird's nest.
Hey, look.
You were last night.
Just gonna say, your beard is magnificent. The way that you get it to all kind of puff up and kind of be all kind of... What products do you use in your hair, please? You've got to tell me.
Insight check if he's being legitimate, or if he's just like...
Run an insight check.
I want to point out that my passive is 18.
I mean, you're in the Vale. Everyone's charismatic as fuck.
Very valid.
Yeah, I would say roll an insight check.
Alright, rolling an insight. Well, 19.
19.
Got 8 on that fucking thing.
Nice. You kind of go to kind of read into his bullshit, but as you're kind of saying that, you're just watching his eyes kind of droop as you've placed him back down. And his head just kind of slowly just kind of nuzzles into the satyr's like ear, and uses a pillow and he just goes back to sleep again.
The problem solved itself. Beautiful.
So, currently, you and Lilith are the only two, well, semi-awake. Bobbin's just been knocked unconscious and thrown off the bar.
I'm not healing that.
Okay.
In fact, Dalder will glance over at the collapsed form of Boblin and will grumble that to himself, I am not healing that.
Alright.
And after that, it's taking a moment to survey the damage.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Well, good thing I rolled an 18 because I got a +2.
Okay.
So, dirty 20.
Starting off on the perimeter, the bar almost looks completely trashed. There are broken tables everywhere. The bar where Boblin the previous night had smashed it with his club is still splintered and broken in places. There is just puddles of alcohol and other liquids all around the place. You don't know quite exactly what it was. And there are just bodies in all locations. At first you think that a couple of them may be dead, but you kind of watch them for a little bit and start to see like the chest start to rise and fall as they kind of take a deep breath, and you're like, okay. Looks like one hell of a party kind of hit this place last night. And then you start to kind of turn your thoughts onto yourself, and you notice that luckily none of your items seem to be missing or misplaced. You do have quite a long, almost like a snail trail of either the pixie vomit, the fairy vomit, or his drool currently kind of running down the right-hand side of your beard, but other than that, you're okay.
Do I notice his... Andrew got a snail trail? Or...
Just the wet kind of trail through his beard. I would say now he's kind of stood up and you've kind of moved your way over that. Yeah, you can see that as well.
I'm gonna hand you like a tissue or like I think I've got a napkin or I can't remember what the term is, like a handkerchief.
Yeah, you're classy as folk. You'd have one of them.
Here you go.
Thanks. Dollar will wipe the snail trail as he's kind of with the other hand kind of fishing around his pouch to see if he has that coin from last night, if that's a freaking actual thing, or if that was an alcohol-induced fever dream.
You reach inside the pouch, and there does seem to be a coin still currently residing in the little pouch that you thought you put it in.
Groovy. For a second, he will contemplate blowing his nose in the napkin, decide against it, and hand it back.
Nice. Go for the Shrek.
Not gonna be that petty.
I kind of like, because it's got the slime, I guess, the vomit, whatever. I just kind of hold it up like, thanks, and I just kind of give it one of those like shakes, and then neatly fold it into like a tiny little square. Just put it in my bag, thinking to myself,
Thank you with fairy vomit added to inventory.
Hey, you do whatever you want with that thing. I ain't touching it.
It's embroidered. Means a lot.
Where is everyone else? We seem to be a few members short.
So obviously we found Boblin. Quiffus is over there asleep. Dion is huddled in that huge pile of her family. I think I saw her horn amongst it all. I can't seem to find Ayara and Adrian though. Or Garble.
Well, Garble will be floating around somewhere. Ayara being absent is no big surprise considering her relationship with the patron deity of this place.
It's very true.
Where she goes, Ajran tends to follow.
I don't remember seeing them leave. I must have been passed out at that point.
In his head, Dolder goes, I don't remember seeing a whole lot of anything. He will not be mentioning that out loud.
I pull out my flask of coffee, take a sip, and I offer it to you.
Dolder will politely decline.
Suit yourself. I take another another gulp. So, should we wake the others?
They can do whatever they want, and Dolder will walk over to one of the tables and use create food and water.
Okay. As you've kind of gone over to the table to kind of make yourself some breakfast and a nice kind of drink to help with the hangover, you start to hear footsteps come from above, down the stairs, and a male figure appears behind the bar. Short black stubby horns and swept back almost pink hair, wearing a green dressing gown, half yawning. Oh, for fuck's sake. He kind of looks down and sees like an unconscious kind of bobbling on his side of the bar and just kind of lifts him up like a parcel and just kind of plonks him back down to the bar again. Takes one look around at the bar with all the smashed tables and broken bottles and everything else and just... You know what? Fuck all of you. I'm going back to bed. Have fun. Turns around and walks back upstairs again.
Why do you think Dolder's making his own food rather than trying to get something from a kitchen? I don't think Chef will be in today.
No. This party hard.
After having gotten the first few bites in, just to get some sort of alleviation of the hangover, Dolder will do a lap around the tavern and jostle awake party members that are there.
Okie dokie. Dion, you start to kind of feel someone like poking the part of your horn that's kind of sticking out of the massive bodies.
I was open my eye.
You are greeted with the trademark flat deadpan stare of Dolder.
Oh, good morning, sunshine. And I'll just give like a big old stretch, trying to avoid my family's faces.
Yeah. It's almost like you're playing Twister as you're kind of like dislocating your arms to get around them.
This feels like home. And I'll like untwister myself, very like overly dramatic, trying to get myself out of the pile without waking them up.
Okay. Roll an acrobatics check.
Okie dokie. 19.
Oh yeah, that's enough. Yeah, you managed to expertly kind of disassemble yourself from the mess of limbs.
I've done this a time or two.
Yeah.
And I'll just, as I'm getting up, I take a second to look down at my sleeping family, like, oh, and I turn around. Yes?
It is time to wake up.
But, fine. And I'll just, like, rub my eyes and look around.
Yeah.
Do I see the carnage of the tavern?
Roll a perception check.
Okay. That is a 18.
18. Yeah, you look around and see the mass carnage, and as you're kind of doing the kind of like turn on the spot looking around at the devastation, your eyes then fall on the three leaders of the Vale as the three Sibyls are standing there just watching all this kind of morning ritual be undertaken.
So I'm like groggily looking around the tavern,
Yeah.
like rubbing my eye, and then my eyes will fall on them, and I'll just drop to one knee and bow, my ladies.
Quite some time, Dion.
Yes, indeed. For you, I think, not for me.
But it has been. You've grown a lot since you've been away, maybe not in age like the rest of us. But you've certainly made the Vale and your parents proud with what you've accomplished. And they kind of look over at your sleeping mother and father.
The wrecked tavern.
Yeah, and the wrecked tavern.
Dion's ears will perk up and their eyes will light up like, recognition from the Sibyls.
Yes, well, we had quite a night of our own doesn't seem to quite as much of a party as you've had, but we have our own kind of tale to tell. We came to just invite you and your party to dinner this evening, in the hopes that we can maybe share some information and help guide
Yeah,
you
we'll
along
just-
your way.
Puff their chests in pride. Of course, we would love to join you for dinner, of course.
You see at this point then Calypso, the middle-aged one, just kind of start to kind of look around at the tavern. Well, sisters, I believe our time down here in the lower reaches is at an end. And the other two kind of give a nod as they just start to kind of make their way to the door. We look forward to meeting the rest of you this evening when you're a little bit more put together. And as the eldest one kind of walks past you, Dulder, she just casts prestidigitation on you, and your kind of beard just kind of rights itself and fluffs up a little bit more into its natural state.
You were cutting out a little
Yeah.
bit, Robot-y.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Prestidigitation on Dulder's beard as Gressa did it. And it just kind of fluffs up Dulder's beard a little bit and makes it look a little bit more like its normal self.
Less vomiting.
Less vomity, clean. Almost looks combed as well.
Dolder will kind of just put a protective hand over his beard
How dare you?
as he's been standing here, just kind of like giving like almost a what the hell look at Dion, because this is not the type of reverence is not an emotion he usually associates with Dion.
But one by one, they kind of just turn, give you one last kind of nod to your group. Look forward to seeing you this evening. As the door to the tavern closes and they're gone.
Dion lets out a huge sigh and just like standing with their hand on their hip, like, whoo!
Are they the same people that were over Quiz?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I thought so, but you went really robotic, and I was like, okay.
Sorry, yeah, no, they are the same three.
I assume those three are people of importance to you?
Only the most importance in this whole town. They're the Sybils. They're our leaders. They're basically the ones that keep shit together, if I'm honest.
So the
Understand.
town elders.
Base, yeah.
I'm just gonna be in the back, like, oops.
Is she giving a very not,
I
not
mean,
subtle face of
I'm-
guilt?
are
I
you
make
trying to
that
hide it?
Really obvious.
Okay,
No, I make
yeah.
that really obvious. Like,
Yeah, you just hear her like in the background.
My eyes
Oh, no,
widen and
I'm
like I
full on.
snap back like, what did you do?
I'm full on staring at you, going, whoops.
What happened?
I mean, nothing bad. I don't think. I just I may have manhandled them a little, just a tiny little bit. They were doing something weird for over Quithus, so I just reacted.
You manhandled? I just like full goat stare, like goat eyes at Lilith, like manhandled.
Just a hand. Yeah.
It's okay. Oh, outsiders, I really don't get it. I'm just like calming myself down. What
I'm
were they
kinda
doing?
looking-
What were they
I'm
doing
looking
to
at
Quithus?
Zelda, like, hello.
I believe we have built up enough goodwill to survive a fuck up or two.
Yeah, you're right. We did definitely.
Kinda
Yep.
look back at you. It was fine in the end, but now I know who they are. I won't do it again.
What were they doing to Quithus? And I just like look down at Quithus, who's still sleeping.
Mm.
They were taking blood, but it's okay. They said it was to help him.
Oh, see, did Quithus ever mention his deal with Lelia to the rest of us?
I
I
don't.
vaguely remember, but I don't remember.
I think it was said in the stream, but it wasn't said
Mhm.
in character, so I don't think any of you
Gotcha.
kind of know.
Okay. Helping how?
Fey creatures in the Feywild were stealing his blood while he was asleep.
Just kind of like
Oh.
put my hand up, like, yes! I feel like that was justified to manhandle. I didn't know who they were. They were taking blood via a leech. It was,
Elder will just kind of look at Dion. You say, how important are they?
So, Dion is kind of just like, I get it, but I don't get it. I'm really trying to understand here. I get it. And then when he asks how important, I say, the most important!
Kind of put my
Why
hand
are
up.
the town elders of your vale wanting Quith's blood?
Just as a interject here, I've just had outside information that Dulda and Ajran were told when you were on watch one night.
Oh, okay. So, Dulder would know why.
Yeah.
Oh, see, no, I won't, because they are just village elders.
And after Dulder asks like why they're so important, and I'll say the most important, and ever since history lesson, and I'll like wave my hand in the air. Ever since Nylea vanished, the only things that the Vale has had to go on have been the Sibyls. There are like direct connection. They're like what do you call them? Priests. They're like that for us. They're the important religious people for our town.
Dolor will just kind of sigh and pinch the bridge of his nose and once more lament his hangover. There is quite a step of difference between a town elder and the head of your local religion.
But they're both.
Duh, then say that they are both.
I did just now. When you asked.
And he'll kind of turn to Lilith. I would assume that they are taking his blood as part of his agreement with Nylea, doing her bidding.
That's what they said.
He'll give her a flat stare. That would also have been valuable information to share.
Why are you manhandling the Sibyls if they had permission?
At this point, Dolder just
I
throws his
didn't
hands up
know.
and he goes back over to his food.
I didn't know. I woke up. They were over him with a leech attached to his neck. I don't know who they are. I'm sorry. I won't. It
I'll
was
just
a
like
mistake.
hold up a hand like to Lilith, like shh, 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 and I'll bring her in for a hug and be, I said,
I didn't know. Okay. I
It's
didn't know.
I
and I'll
was
just,
just
like, keep
doing my
patting her on the
job.
shoulder, like it's okay, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You didn't know. We forgive you, and I'll just collectively like point around the whole city.
On the other side, we can't seem to find Ayara or Azure.
Well,
Or Garble.
Ayara had a big day, and Garble had a big night. So I'm sure they're around here somewhere.
Speaking
And
of which,
Azran wouldn't
go
let
on.
Ayara go anywhere alone.
Yeah. Speaking of Garble, heading back over to Garble, you've been fed and you've been handed some very modest-looking clothing by your standards, by this elf, who has directed you on the path back into town itself to go and find your things. Are you heading? Are you putting the clothes on? Are you accepting the clothes?
That depends. What kind of clothes are they?
They're better than nude, but that's about it. They are very bland looking, just kind of like beige looking, almost like undergarments that are just kind of put on under armor.
And the silk sheet from earlier. How is it white? Is it nice?
No, it's a blue silk.
Oh, blue. Okay, never mind then.
Just leave that on the table.
I'll I'll accept the clothes and think to myself that these are not blue. And I'll ask the elf, this group of women. Do you know at least maybe a name or two of them, if they're so well known around these parts?
You kind of need to be a bit more specific. The fact that you've just mentioned that some women took you in the Vale and showed you a good time doesn't really narrow things down all that much. But with it being involved with the Cult of Horns, I would suggest maybe, if at first you don't find any information in town itself, making your way to go and see the Sybils. They normally kind of interject at those points. Perhaps they might know some more information. But that is quite a trek up the mountain, and you're not really wearing clothing for cold temperatures. So I'd start with town first and just ask around.
Then I'll head to town and see if I can find my group, and from there on, find the ones responsible.
He kind of gives you a nod as he starts to kind of levitate a book off of one of the shelves and just starts to kind of flick it open and read through it as you kind of leave. After a few moments of walking along the side of the water's edge, you walk past the familiar bridge that you entered the Gardens of Nylea to, and you start to hear a cheerful whistling down one of the quiet streets as you enter into the town itself. Make a perception check.
That's 17.
Okay. The whistling gets louder as you turn a corner and you see walking down one of the streets a completely nude Minotaur who is just currently walking, twirling a string of red ruby stones as he's kind of walking along. And he just kind of catches sight of you and just kind of sees like the almost like pajama kind of situation you're finding yourself in. Got you too, huh?
Guess so, yeah. Do you know the faces or any names? Because my last night was a little bit hazy.
Yeah, mine too. And to be fair, I think even if it wasn't hazy, I'd probably struggle to recall faces. No. But hey, they got both of us.
Yeah.
You want to team up and find our shit together?
Sounds good.
Sweet. I mean, they must have a thing for kind of handsome gents like ourselves in high fashion suits. And at this point of the morning, there's starting to kind of be a couple of locals that have kind of started to kind of wake up and are now kind of looking at the naked Minotaur and pajama wearing tiefling currently standing in the middle of the street.
Well, we can also see if we can find the rest of my team. Have you seen an odd little group of a grumpy dwarf and a little happy horned bard around here, and maybe a little elf somewhere?
You mean the band that basically showed us, well, kicked our asses?
Yeah.
I mean, it's all a bit hazy, but fuck it, we can look. And he just kind of starts to kind of walk next to you, just completely doesn't give a fuck that he's naked walking through town. Just seems completely fine with it. So, quite the suit you had, by the way. I was quite impressed with it.
Well, thank you. It's the last thing I had from my mother.
Huh?
Oh, see, I'm trying to stand right next to this Minotaur person so as not to be intimidated by his stature.
Yeah. Weirdly, for a Minotaur, he looks quite thin and lean to what you'd imagine. You imagine Minotaurs as these kind of big, brutish kind of looking behemoths, but he looks to be quite thin, a little bit, almost not gaunt, but a little bit lean and toned more than anything. Doesn't seem to quite have the intimidating stature that you would imagine one to have. Your mother, huh? I mean, forgive me, but I was kind of looking at both of our suits, and I did see quite the resemblance. You said your mother made it?
My head slowly turns, excuse you?
Well, I mean, it's not very often you see a bright white suit in these parts. Well, at least at home, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, white has been probably the best color for me. I'm already red, and blue does not suit me. I've tried that look. It did not go well.
I mean, same. I mean, generally speaking, I'm very comfortable in my birthday suit. And since I've got kind of white fur, I just thought if I go for a white suit, I can have the birthday kind of look, but also be able to go out in public without getting arrested. Although this place doesn't seem to be too bothered by it. But yeah, I've had my suit now for 25 years, give or take. I don't know. It's been a while. But yeah, your suit just kind of looked very similar. You said your mother made it. I thought maybe they were made by the same person.
No, in my case it was, if I remember correctly, it was my mother's wedding dress, and the very last thing from our home was, we were just quite, I wouldn't call it poor, but we did not lead a very rich life, so when she died, that's basically the only thing I have from home. That's why I'm so careful about it.
Oh. Well, sorry to hear that.
As long as I get it back, everything is calm and nice.
I'm sure we'll be fine and we'll get it. Right, which direction? And he just kind of looks at this kind of fork in the road.
I look both left and right. What do I see?
To the left, you kind of look up towards the mountain, and quite a large more larger kind of buildings, and then to the right you see more of you see a few little market stalls, you see a few kind of shops and stalls, and a few kind of smaller dwellings.
Oh, see, since I'm fairly sure I don't have my coin purse or anything like that on me,
Nope.
I'm gonna go left. Well,
It was. Please work. There we go. I think I'm back.
Mhm.
I'm back. I'm back.
Baby, come back.
I got 19 though.
Okay. Pretty good check. After about an hour of walking up the mountain, you start to kind of ask around. You start to kind of give descriptions of the female satyrs that kind of took you in, but you start to kind of get blurred in between Gabby and what they look like, and it's a little bit hard to kind of differentiate. And then you feel a tap on your shoulder as looking back down the mountain from where you are, barely on top of a roof of one of the stores that you'd passed, you see two small, almost like humanoid figures in complete white. You think that's them?
I take a closer look.
from this distance, it's hard to tell, but you just, it's almost like there's two kind of figures dressed in white that are just currently on top of a roof of one of the shops.
Then I give a little elbow towards the Minotaur, and I point, I nod my head towards that direction. I say, like, that looks suspiciously similar.
Right, fuck it, let's go. And you start to kind of walk back down the mountain. So, just want to apologise as well for obviously, like, what happened yesterday. I'll just reiterate what I said once more, you know.
Oh, it's fine. It's just...
Yeah. I used to knock about a bunch with a bunch of mercenaries for some time, but the work dried up and we all kind of split up and went to separate ways. Ended up hitching along with one of the big guys for a while, but a bored barbarian is a magnet for fights and danger, and eventually I just wanted to settle down for the easy life, you know. Taverns, food, ale, warm beds. Then rolled in, spoke about reforming his band, which honestly was a dream come true. They were living rock stars, and when he offered me a spot, I leapt to it. Didn't intend to hurt or control anyone, or be controlled either. Not like that, at least, if you get me what I'm saying. You kind of have this like awkward silence as you kind of still kind of walk down to the lower part of the town again and come to the front of the shop, where you see two scarecrow-like models that are adorned in two white suits. The only issue is they're both positioned in a rather rude position with each other, are on top of what looks like a store.
Am I close enough to the suit that I can see a cufflink?
Making a perception check.
That'll be a 9.
Even from this distance, it's hard to tell from the roof. You do notice a little kind of almost like a bow tie of purple on one of the left ones, but other than that, it's hard to tell. I mean, shit, how many white suits do you think are just going to be hanging right on rooftops? I mean, they've got to be ours, right?
It's gotta be. But yeah, let's get closer. Let's look.
Any ideas how to get him down? Because he's just kind of like craning his neck to look up at the roof.
I look around and I ask him, you think it's fine to cast a little magic here and there?
I mean, fuck it, we're in the Feywild, there's magic everywhere. Although, these people were mind controlled by, like, I don't know if I should be around if you're casting magic. It might send off some trigger warnings to some people. Maybe if I go way away? I mean, you're the hero. You'll be fine. Go for it.
Second level vortex warp.
Okay. On who? Him or yourself?
Myself. I'm getting up there.
Okay. So you managed to bump yourself up on the roof. Make a dexterity saving throw.
It's a 17.
Okay. You managed to kind of keep yourself fairly well situated on the apex of this roof. And we'll call it a break there, and hopefully by that point we might have a Bowser back, hopefully. So, yeah, we'll have a break there and come back at 1:15, and hopefully we'll have another cleric with our team.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Alright, see you in 15 minutes.
Yo. What a cliffhanger.
Let the sin begin.
Right. So, bringing it back in, we'll hop back over to the absolute erect tavern folk. What are you all doing?
Finishing eating breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess eating and waking Quithus up and
Yeah.
looking around at familiar or maybe unfamiliar faces at this point. I want to like while I'm eating, I want to look around and see which passed out people I recognize and don't.
Sure, make a perception check.
Okay, dokie. Ooh, 22.
22. That's fucking
Eyes wide.
pretty damn good. You kind of look around, and in the corner, the kind of big rotund kind of hornless satyr in the corner. You do recognize him. You recognize Rhodes. A small little kind of fairy that is kind of currently curled up using his earlobe as a pillow is one of his little trusty friends called Icarus. Over by the fire hearth, kind of almost like blocking the entire area off, is a kind of large centaur with almost like red fur that's kind of coated across his horse half of his body, and long kind of flowing hair, and it seems to be Ares, who is in charge of the town, kind of town warrior kind of guard.
Dion is surprised by that one.
Yeah. You've seen him let loose occasionally, but not in in a time like this. Other than that, it just seems to be like general kind of local citizens, just commoners.
Okay.
Something peasants.
Something peasants along those lines, yes.
I'll take some of the conjured food over to Rhodes, Icarus, and Ares, like one by one, and be like, "Hey, good morning. Do you want some breakfast?"
Yeah. You don't even like see them open their eyes as Rhodes just kind of reaches up to the plate and just kind of grabs a fistful and mushes it between his fingers. He just kind of shovels whatever you've just handed to him into his mouth. Oh, I needed that.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Icarus is just kind of sitting on his shoulder, just kind of nibbling away a little tiny piece. You look familiar.
As kind of like, you look familiar.
Where do I know you from?
See, where would Dion know Icarus from? Besides
I
from
mean,
around town.
Around town, but he's looking at you and he's like it's weird because all the locals around him have kind of aged slowly over time,
Oh, I see.
and now he's looking at a very youthful looking
Still,
version that he hasn't seen in a number of years.
I was very like, haha. Well, I did just save an entire town, but have been gone for a bit. For you.
You saved the town?
Yeah, that's why. And I just like vaguely point around to the entire tavern being wrecked. I think the biggest rebel since I've been alive.
I just thought it was someone's birthday.
Well, in a way, I guess. Like thinking in their head, like, could this be like Nylea's birthday technically now? She came back.
Second birthday.
Yep.
2 a year.
Are they? Is this conversation audible from the table?
I would say so. Yeah, like there's a
Yeah, we're not being quiet.
yeah.
I was more as if you like straight
Nah.
across the
Yeah.
freaking tavern, considering the amount of snoring that's probably going on in this place right now.
No, I would say at
A lot
this
of
point
goat noises.
you've got a table that was quite close to that location because Lilith came over to you.
How much do you remember of the last few months?
I mean, I don't think I've left this tavern. And he just kind of nudges kind of Rhodes in his kind of ear. Do you remember leaving this tavern in the last few months? And Rhodes is just kind of scratching his head. No.
Dolder will look at Dion. I cannot tell if that is because of the spell or because these habits they have here.
I just lean into Dolder. I don't know either. I think it's the spell now. I've seen Rhodes leave the tavern before, so I know he has a house.
At this point, your father's woken up and he kind of walks over. I think I can answer some of those questions.
And I like hold over the plate.
Yeah.
Croissant?
Much obliged. And he just kind of grabs one as he starts to kind of nibble on it. It seems Roland didn't want those that may break the spell to be near him, so he kind of tucked us away in the little kind of pockets around the place. I mean, he kept us, healthy. We were eating and drinking and making sure that we still stayed alive. But it was the more easily manipulated ones that were kind of allowed to kind of roam around.
He kept you like little dolls in a dollhouse?
I mean, we had food.
Dion's just like, huh?
Dolder takes a sweeping look across the destruction of the tavern. Ah, yes, I am sure they suffered horribly in this place.
This is just what it looks like after a revel. It's fine.
I mean,
Penos will fix it.
Yeah.
We always do.
And we didn't stay in this tavern. In fact, he put us in the wrong house. We mentioned the other day he didn't know who lived in what houses, so he just kind of pointed people in a direction of a place where they should stay, and someone else got our house for a few months.
Oh no, poor mom.
Yeah, that's why she was itching to try and stay behind and reassemble everything. But it's fine. It'll be dealt with and we'll handle it. You fixed everything. We're okay now.
Oh no, did somebody sleep in my bed?
I mean, probably.
Ugh.
You have been gone for how long?
Now listen,
8 years.
knowing my mom, she probably kept my bed nice and neat, just in case I happened to stop by.
Yeah. Tion's mum in the background goes, 8 years and 2 months.
See? And I walk over with the plate of food to mom.
Yeah. She takes a nibble. Nero at this point is just kind of leaning over the back and just kind of grabs a big fistful of croissants and just starts munching on them. If it makes you feel better, I wasn't here.
No, yeah, you were climbing your crazy ass up the mountain.
Well, yeah, and kind of exploring the rest of the Feywild and
Yeah,
doing odd jobs for what turns out to be Nylea. I mean, who?
doing stuff.
You saved her, but I was doing jobs for her. Maybe I'm like her chosen.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
And I just squint at him like, you want to fight about it?
Like you could take me.
And I just look, I'm like, oh no, I couldn't anymore. You got too big. And then a sudden realization pops over. I'm the baby.
You're the baby now.
Oh no.
And
Children behave.
So,
Being on the topic of putting people places without their consent, what in Moradin's name was in that beer?
I mean, nothing was in it. It was just, I think it was just really strong shit that the locals kind of brewed up. They tend to drink it quite a lot around here, so we kind of get a resistance to it, but outsiders, a little bit more delicate stomachs, even dwarves such as yourself, struggle to kind of knock off its effects.
I just imagine Dolder's beard bristle just a little bit, because even though he's not the stereotypical, dwarven drinker, it's still a bit to stomach.
Yeah.
OOC, was any of the stuff we were having last night the famous golden fey wine, or was it all beer?
I would say you were mixing your drinks.
Okay, as long as I had some,
Yeah.
because that's Dion. That was Dion's like #1 goal.
Yeah. I would be sure that you.
Pretty sure it don't count if you don't remember it.
Listen, y'all can't handle revels. I can.
Hey, don't make that joke. I will remember this. But yeah, I would say that you did manage to get some of the famed wine. But the day is yours. What are you doing?
I believe we should attempt to locate the rest of our group.
All right, but
agree.
I gotta get. And I'm like, I just saw some food, and I start like looking at my sister. Wake up, get some food.
I'm up.
And I just like shove some food in her hand,
Ooh.
and then I walk over to Aries. Sir, would you like some food?
And he just kind of opens his eyes. Ah, yes. Food. Where am I?
You're in Panos' tavern.
Oh, and it just you've never seen like the look of like, oh, my duties. Kind of cross his face. Only ever once. You've only ever seen it once on him from a previous time. You've seen him in this state, but you kind of get the idea that the savior of the Skull of Vale and the return of Nylea was another worthy reason for him to let loose.
Oh yeah, I think he's earned a night off, you know.
Yeah.
And so I hand him some croissants and say, well, you know, here you go. Here's some breakfast.
And he just kind of picks a croissant, grabs a nearby tankard that's still got like half a nail in it, and just starts to kind of dunk it and eat it as he starts to kind of clip-clop out of the tavern. Dunk
I
it.
just leave the rest of the food on the bar, the bar that's left for whoever else wants to eat some.
Yeah. You see a small little kind of green hand just reach up from behind the bar as he kind of grabs one and takes it down.
A goblin!
Hi.
And I like look over the bar. Hello?
Yeah. Is he mad at me still? And he kind of peeks around the edge of the bar, looking through the crack that he's kind of created with his impact of his club, and looks over at Dulda.
What did he do? I pick Boblin up and cradle him. What happened?
It was loud. I threw a mug and I tried to hit Dulda, missed, hit fat bloke. Yeah.
Oh, sweet boy. And I just like pat him and do like a little minor HP heal on him.
Yeah, he threw it back and it bumped me on the noggin.
Oh, that's just Rhodes. He's fine. You probably just scared him.
Oh no, really bad aim. I tried to hit the dwarf.
It's okay.
He just kind of
Just looks at Boblin and just maintains a steady stare.
morning, buddy old pal. To be fair, you were being really, really loud. The fucking little kind of butterfly thing was screaming and vomiting, and I just wanted to sleep.
While he's doing that, I'm just gonna be like, putting my hand across my throat, like, shh, don't wind him up. It's like, Boblin, keep it, just no.
Yes, the fairy was loud and vomiting, I noticed. Then why were you chucking a mug at me?
I don't like being woken up. I'm a grumpy sleeper. You wake up on the wrong side of the bar.
Was I the one screaming and vomiting?
No, but like the screaming was coming from that direction, and you were holding him. I thought you were trying to like kill him or something. I was like, stop.
In Boblin's defense, a fairy is a very small target to hit.
See? Plus, if I threw the mug at him and hit him, I might have killed him.
It might have killed him. It might have killed Icarus, and that wouldn't have been good.
Yep.
You saved Icarus's life, technically, by taking that mug hit.
You're a hero. Well, he dodged it actually, and I hit the fat bloke. But yeah, you're
Well-
you're a hero, Mr. Dolder.
Dolder, hero. We're all heroes today. And I was like, raise Boblin up.
Yeah.
Kind of raise my flask of coffee and just down it silently.
Yeah.
And then get up and start gently tidying the mess.
Yeah. Nero just kind of ruffles kind of Boblin's kind of black, kind of wiry hair. This one's adorable.
Right?
Congratulations, you get to keep him.
Could
Really?
Boblin... Could... Where... Mom!
Yes?
Can Boblin stay in my room? I think he wants to stay here. I don't think he wants to come with us.
Sure, hon. She looks kind of perturbed at this kind of small, kind of gangly green goblin that is just kind of staring at her and smiling with big, sharp, jagged teeth. I got home.
I mean, no.
What?
Boblin's adorable. He's fine. He's our friend, and we saved him from a cave. And he's got a pact with. He's cool with Nylea now, but he wants to stay here. He doesn't want to go with us.
Your mother just kind of wanders over and whispers in your ear. Is it toilet trained?
I think so. I like try to remember all the times I've seen Boblin pee.
I mean, you've been out traveling in the wild.
Yeah. And I kind of lean into Boblin and whisper very quietly, "Do you know what a toilet is?"
What?
Oh. I'll handle it, Mom.
I know what a
I
toilet
got
is. I'm
this.
not
Okay.
stupid.
Okay, I was gonna make sure.
The boss used to say, go down the waterfall, so I used to go down the waterfall.
Okay. It's a much smaller waterfall though.
Yeah, I kind of imagined as such.
Okay.
So I get you any like secret little compartments and stuff that you like don't want me to go and look in. I don't want to like accidentally kind of sneak upon your like childhood diary or anything and like read naughties that I shouldn't really be reading.
Considering apparently somebody else has been living in my house for 8 months or a few months.
I might find their naughties.
Oh, you might. I'll inspect my room and make sure that there's no naughties left behind before we go.
Deal.
But I'm pretty sure. Shake his hand, deal.
Deal.
I'm just gonna turn to Dion like, can he read?
I think so.
No.
No. Well, you know. He can learn to read from my diaries.
I could look at the pretty squiggles and try and make sense of it.
I do draw a lot, so. Picture books.
I do a lot of pictures. Right. And at this point, like, Quithus is just kind of like shaking his head kind of groggily as he kind of saunters over to the table and starts to kind of help himself to some of the food.
Yeah, that boy extra worn out.
Yeah.
Good morning. Afternoon. Good day.
Good day. Is it the afternoon? I can never tell in this place.
I don't know. I just look at Dion.
Can I like take a peek out a window or pop my head outside?
Sure.
I pop my head outside. What time does it look like?
Make a nature check.
It's evening.
Yeah, right. Could you imagine?
Slept through the whole day.
I mean, after a revel like that, I wouldn't be surprised. We gotta go to dinner, you guys. 17?
17? I mean, you grew up in the Feywild and you kind of tend to base the time off of how open the flowers are, and judging from how much they are in bloom, you can probably surmise it's probably around about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. I just will turn and say, by flower, it's about 1-ish.
Oh, okay. So what's the plan for the day?
we have dinner with the Sybils this evening, and I look back out at the flower. So we have a few hours to kill. If we want, we can. There's shops. If we need to stock up on stuff.
Shops sound good.
Shops.
I'm good with
shopping?
shops. We're good with shops?
The shops.
To the shop.
Shops it is!
I ask Boblin if he wants to walk or if he needs the little baby Bjorn.
Now, I walk. It seems to be like quite nice and grassy outside. I might like to feel that, the little kind of grass kind of things through my toesies.
Okay. Now let's put Boblin down and we can start walking.
Alright. So you all make your way out of the tavern, and Dion, you start to kind of lead them into like the market town kind of area, and as you reach into that kind of section of town, you start to kind of see like a bunch of people all gathered around a storefront. As you see a completely naked Minotaur who is just kind of like hands on hips, just kind of looking up to the roof of the store, where you see a beige pajama wearing Garble who is currently like disassembling two scarecrows that are in like a doggy style kind of position.
Damn, we'll hold in the laugh and like, did we ever get the name of the other bard, the Minotaur? I'm pretty sure we did.
Brutus.
Yeah, we all know, but I
Yeah,
mean like
yeah.
the character. Okay. I'll just be like, hello, Brutus. What's going on here?
A couple of your townsfolk decided to have a little fun with us. Woke up stripped naked, and our suits are on scarecrows now on top of that shop front.
Nice.
I'd like to say it's not the first time I've woke up in a similar situation, but I'd be lying.
Yeah, I get that. I've never had my clothes put on a scarecrow on top of a storefront before. That's a good one.
I
Whoever
mean,
did that.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I mean, that is new to a degree. I mean, I've woken up, robbed and stripped, but yeah, I've not had it, like, waiting for me.
Nah, here we don't really rob you. We would strip you, but
Bru-
then your clothes end up like that.
Brutus kind of just gives you a sideways look of, really?
Oh, yeah, not normally. I don't speak for
Dalder is
everybody.
giving you a sideways look of, really?
Look, I wasn't here, part of the band when you did your all kind of thing. I just heard about it. I'm sure there's two sides to every story, and judging from what I've seen of this place, it's a free-for-all place where, you know, if you don't look after your shit, you lose it, which I can fully respect.
See, he gets it, and I just like look at Dalder and like, see, he gets it.
Do the crime, serve your time.
And I did my time. Can we please stop talking about this fucking loot? It's mine now anyway, officially.
And congratulations on your victory. And he just kind of gives you a bit of a bow. And it then suddenly realises that there is now an ever-increasing crowd of people that is just kind of gathering around staring at him. And, Devil Boy, any chance of those suits anytime soon?
They're really tight on this thing. They're like really hard to get off.
That's what she said.
I somehow doubt it.
Can I start like climbing up and seeing if I can help him?
I mean, it's... Yeah, sure, if you want to.
Yeah.
Make an athletics check. Acrobatics, sorry. Athletics.
Okay. 17.
Yeah, without any issue, you kind of use your mirthful leap to kind of jump and use little kind of ledges to kind of hippity hop up onto the roof, and you're up there with him.
Oh. How's it going, buddy?
Look at me. What do you think?
Those some pretty fancy jammies, though. Where'd you get those?
Oh, don't you start. I expect that from Dalder, but not from you.
I mean, they're not that bad. And I just like feel the fabric on them. They feel pretty high quality.
From down below you hear, it beats floating naked in the river.
It depends.
I'm just sat watching.
If you
this
saw
surge,
me
drinking-
floating naked, then why didn't you help me?
You put yourself in that position.
If I
Quite
put
frankly,
myself in
you
that
would not
position,
win.
I would be yelling "wee" or something, but no.
I just lean into Garble. I think Dolder was also pretty drunk.
Did you guys go across the group of Gabbies too?
No, I haven't seen them since you left. They like carted you off way before we made it to the tavern. I don't think we even saw you at the tavern, did we?
No.
Uh,
It's like as soon as
you weren't at the
as soon as the
tavern.
fight was done, he was just kind of swamped by these
Yeah.
3 female satyrs that just kind of dragged him away.
Yeah, they fully just made off with you like bandits, and I was like, you can go Garble.
Well, everyone celebrates in their own way, and an opportunity arises.
No, I know all about that, and I go like for a fist bump. Little Gabby, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, fist bump.
Anyway, let me get these off.
Yeah. I help him get his suits off.
Okay. One of you make a just a dexterity check with advantage since you're being helped.
Mine is a +7, so
Mine's a +2.
yeah, I'll make the dex save then. Okay, the first one was 19, so that's 26.
Okay. So yeah, you kind of see him kind of fumbling a little bit. It's kind of like tiefling kind of sharp kind of nails are kind of struggling to kind of get a proper purchase on these kind of strings that have kind of tied everything together. But you managed to untie it all, and the 2 scarecrows just kind of start to kind of slide down the side of the roof.
I'll fold up the Minotaur's suit, because I know which one is Garble's suit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll fold up the Minotaur's suit nicely before we make our way down.
Okie dokie.
What's happening? I was just sitting on the ground using Echo as a shield, not trying to look at the naked man.
Echo's looking very awkward. He's just kind of sat in between the two of you. He's just kind of like,
Yeah,
why?
his back is kind of towards it, like looking at me. Like,
Okay.
I don't want to see that. I'm sweet and innocent.
Mm-hmm. I saw you eyeballing my brother, lady.
You eyeballed mine first?
Bard gonna bard.
But yeah, how are you both getting down from the roof?
Figured I would just jump back down.
Alright.
I don't know about Garble. I just look at him. I'm like, can you make it down okay? It's like what a 1-story building or 2-story?
3.
Oh, a 3-story. Oh shit.
Well, it's like 2,
down.
but it's got like an awning coming out of the roof.
Mm.
I look down towards the people down there and try to figure out, can I land on someone, or can someone there be limber or strong enough to catch me, or just all calculations going in my head right now.
Make an intelligence check.
Do I still have my grappling hook with the rope?
I mean, unless you got rid of it, then I would assume so.
No, I still have it. So I would like kind of, I have this if you need a way to get down.
It's a 13 on the int.
There's a big crowd there. You're not sure if you leap off that you might hit someone, but you can give it a go.
I'm just like twirling the grappling hook with the rope.
As you're kind of twirling the hook.
2 choices.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be a bad idea, but here we go.
You're just jumping.
I actually tell people that I'm coming down now.
Are you just leaping off, or are you trying to take a more safe approach? So you go face planting 3 stories down.
Hey, Brutus, are you ready?
Wait, what?
Do you think you can catch me?
He just smiles. Sure thing, bud.
In my head, I just go 3, 2. Oh boy, here we go. And I take a leap.
You start to absolutely plummet to the ground, and you think you're going to eat shit. But just as you're about to hit the ground, you see a swirl of kind of purplish energy kind of swirl around you as Brutus casts Slow Fall on you. Told you I'd get you.
With a big smile and a big like hand on his shoulder, I just like kind of like, well, just shake him in what's the word? In gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Your suit. Where did it go?
Yeah.
Did
Dear.
you see Dio still on the roof with the grappling hook holding the suit, just like,
Nah.
okay. And I just, put the grappling hook in a safe place and quickly just slide down the rope.
Yeah.
Fuck me, I guess.
You just slide down with the folded up suit just kind of tucked under your arm, and you come back down again quite safely.
And I thought I was one for dramatics.
I mean, nothing beats falling with style.
Someone
Not
give us
falling at
bonus
all.
now, please.
Oh, right, yeah. Would you mind? And he kind of holds out his hand for the suit.
Dion kind of gives a look of almost like a pout of hesitation. Is like, fine.
You know,
Hands him the suit.
civilized world and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah.
And I give like a devilish stare to Dion as I try and not look in the eyes of the
He kind of looks at.
One eye.
eye.
you want to catch an eye with one eye.
Exactly.
He kind of sees you like you're kind of nervous, kind of like looking, and he's like, "Look, they're on. The trousers are on. It's just fuck it. I'm going topless for the day though. Fuck it." He just kind of slings his kind of waistcoat and kind of coat over his shoulder. I make this look
Dion
good.
just nod. Nice.
I just look up hesitantly, like, do I believe him? Okay.
I mean, fuck it, the centaurs are doing it, and he kind of points to a centaur that's kind of walking down the road who's just kind of completely, like, topless from the waist up. I mean, technically speaking, they're completely nude too, but it's fucking fine for them.
I mean,
But
in her defense, the only satyrs so far, fey creatures she's seen is me, and I wear pants because I went to the material plane, and I knew they like pants.
No, I'm just saying between, it's fine for the fucking half horse people to fucking run around naked, but no, as soon as the half bull guy walks around naked, everyone has a fucking big problem. Sorry, I'm venting. It's fine.
They're intimidated. Just take it easy.
I mean, don't be jelly. I'm a swag. Just kind of turns around and starts walking away. I'm gonna try and find those girls again from last night.
Yeah,
I'll
for,
do the same.
Yeah, research purposes. Just find out what happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
He just kind of gives you a look, garble. Meet you same time next morning. Do this again.
Well, maybe not exactly like this, but yeah, sure.
And I thought you were fun. He just kind of gives you a thumbs up as he kind of walks away. But you're outside
Yeah.
a shop whose owner is just kind of peeking out of the doorway, just kind of wondering what the fuck's been going on his roof.
It's just a little prank. No big deal.
Right. Well, are you looking to shop today?
Yes. And I walk into the shop.
Absolutely. And he's a suave-looking kind of individual. You recognise him as Vasilios.
Mm.
Oh, see, I'd like to go through my pockets to just make sure I'm not missing anything.
Make an investigation check.
Uh, 9.
Yeah, seems everything's there.
Okay. Okay. Right. I go into the shop with everyone else.
Alright. This kind of luxurious kind of satyr with like a beautiful kind of blue robe and like a blue cloak that's kind of dashed over his shoulder kind of invites you in. Come. Well, I'm the owner of this establishment, but one of my helpers, I'm sure, will be able to see you through for today. Is there anything in particular anyone's looking for? Because I tend to oversee the general trade in the entire Vale. So if there's anything that you can't find in this store today, I can probably try and track down such items. If they are within the Vale, of course.
Oh, see, I don't have anything super specific that would be like out of the ordinary, but I don't know if anybody else does.
Anyone looking for any specific items?
The only thing I was really looking for was like a ring of protection, but I figured that was a pretty standard item to have in a trade shop.
Depends what they've got in stock.
Yeah, basically. But I'm also interested to see what random things are in stock.
Mm-hmm.
I got a few things I'd like to sell.
Well, then I'm sure my employee will be able to sort you out with that. In the meantime, anything else that I can help you with, as Heroes of the Vale, be sure to approach me, and I'll see if I can help. Yes?
Before you go, Trademaster, and do you or anybody in your shop personally, can you identify items? Or would I have to go elsewhere for that?
That is one of the most prized attributes to the trade. Of course I can deal with that.
Great. I have some things, and I start rummaging around in my bags as I'm walking towards them. I just have some things.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see, what would I have? So, of course, I have the necklace that my sister took off Rollin.
Mm-hmm.
I still have that stone helm.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm still not fully convinced it's just made of stone. That Vecna statue, because I'm still not fully convinced that isn't evil. And then I want to say, did I get the ivory flute inspected? The one I took from Cass's castle?
I don't think you got it inspected, but you just you gave it a look over.
So the ivory flute, and then the what is just randomly in my inventory as, quote, well-crafted vase.
Well-crafted vase. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, quite the selection of items you've got here. You must have got quite the hoard. Right, well, bring them over here, and he kind of leads you over to like a little counter where you can kind of lay them all out so you can take a good look at them. Any preference which item first?
Probably the necklace. That seems probably the most important.
Right, okay, just bear with me a second as he kind of cracks his fingers and starts to kind of pull out these kind of little kind of leaves and little rose petals as he starts to kind of ritually cast Identify as I try and look up the fucking item.
As I search the DM guide.
It's not in the DM guide.
It
is a custom item.
Will shoot.
If I can find it. Right, so this appears to be a artifact or item that has been created by the Unseelie. It would seem impressive. It would seem to grant wearer access to an improved scrying ability. Normally, a scrying spell would only work on the same plane of existence as the intended target, but this allows you to reach beyond. The only difference is, the wisdom save may be a little bit higher.
Oh.
So, if you wish to spy on someone who's living on another plane, providing you're familiar with the individual, then this is quite a good item to have.
I'll just whisper to myself, son, that's how he did it.
Next.
And I'll just push over the stone helm. I found this in a dwarf cave.
Oh, this one's easy. And he just kind of picks up the helm and just kind of plonks it onto Boblin's head. And you watch as Boblin's eyes just flare red. And like a dark shadow just kind of pushes down over his face. It's a dread helm. It just gives off... it's a dread helm. Doesn't do anything spooky or scary, apart from the fact it just makes you look like that. It's a visual kind of alteration, illusion.
Oh. Here I thought it was just a weird stone thing. Okay.
No.
Okay, cool.
In fact, and then he just kind of taps it and all the stone kind of cracks and falls off as it reveals like quite a dark, kind of dark iron kind of helmet with all spines kind of jutting out of it. Looks still shit, but still looks a little bit better.
Oh, from what I remember, it might be quite old, so that would explain why it might look like shit.
Probably fossilized in the cave, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Neat. Boblin, you look terrifying. Anyway, okay, and I push the next item, which is the statue over.
Statue of... Oh my. Statue of Vecna. This appears to change the colour of something. I don't see any other malicious, hidden away curse or anything attached to this item. It just seems to, once again, be a cosmetic kind of item.
Yeah, I needed to make sure, because, statue of Vecna and all.
Yes, I don't think it was actually created by the Undying King himself. It was more created as like a joke or something. No, I don't sense any sort of curse attached to this item.
Okay. What about this one? And I push over the flute.
That's a flute.
Okay, cool. What about this one? And I push over the vase.
I mean, again, it's a vase, but it's quite the antique. It's quite fanciful. If you're looking to part with this, I'd be happy to buy it.
Maybe. OOC. Could I do a check to see if I think it's something my mom would like?
Sure. Roll insight check.
Okay. 15.
Yeah, I'd say you know your mum quite well, so yeah. It probably won't be used in the typical vase kind of state where you put flowers in it. Your mum will probably find a way to kind of keep knickknacks in it, but yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah, expected.
Yeah.
I'll just like kind of hold it like, no, I think my mom would like it.
Your mother.
Well, I mean, how much is it worth?
You just kind of like starts to kind of write down like numbers and starts to kind of add that. You're looking at about 2,000 gold.
Oh.
It's an antique, like I said. It's quite expensive.
Okay,
And no offense, but I would hate it to go to waste in your dwelling.
No, I get it. Okay, you can have the vase, and I'll buy something else nice for my mom.
Okay. Wise choice.
Yeah.
Anything else?
OOC, I think that's... Because I went over my inventory earlier, and I think those were all the things that were
You can always come back anyway
stood
and
out. Yeah.
get another thing sorted out.
But yeah, I think that's it for me. So leave him the vase and pick up the other stuff, and then I just say, "Who's next?"
Yeah. He just kind of looks around at the rest of you. Yes, anyone else need any of this kind of identify spell kind of stuff working, or will I leave you in the capable hands of Romanus?
I got something here.
Ooh, yes.
I bring up the chalices from we found in the cave with Boblin.
They do have a mild magical enchantment. Nothing I would assume would be of use to heroes of your stature, but I believe that if you fill them full of water, they will turn into wine.
That is quite handy indeed. How about this one? And I bring up the spyglass.
The spyglass, okay. I mean, aside from the obvious of making it easier to kind of see far distances, it has a mild enchantment on increasing one's perception. And I would say it basically gives you a advantage on perception checks while using the spyglass.
Yeah, well, we can park with that, I guess. And the last one, which would be... Hold on, I have it here somewhere. Here, this charcoal piece. And I give him the one that we had from Nep.
Okay. Weirdly, as you've kind of pulled it out, you see a diamond. A very beautifully cut diamond. As you kind of hand it over to him, and you're kind of confused as you see charcoal. Yes, it is. There is a mild enchantment. Oh, I see. Clever. This seems to be an enchantment that has been cast on a piece of coal to give an illusion to those who pick it up for the first time. The idea that it is a expensive diamond, one that is normally used in the practitioner of revivification spells, in the hopes that they would try to use it with the spell and the spell will fail. It's quite a nasty I'd be quite interested in this, although... Actually, no, it's been used. If you ever die, could one of you not touch it and bring it back? I'd be quite happy to buy this.
I guess.
I hope not, by the way. I hope you don't die. You live a long, happy life, but generally speaking, the person that picks it up can see the diamond, and it stays that way until that person dies.
That explains what I'm seeing.
Right.
I think that's all the stuff I have.
Okay. Anyone else? And he kind of looks around at the rest of you.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello?
Let's check your DM.
That's not identify. Is there anyone that wants anything identified while he's still here, or are you just passing over to the
There's
shop?
some stuff that I had listed from our AR's bag of holding, but since she's technically not here, we'll
Yeah.
do that another time.
You know where to find. Oh God,
Mm.
what's his face? Vasilios. Vasilios.
Yep.
So you can always track him down in future, or I think even AR herself has identify spells.
Yeah, I think AR and
Yeah.
Garble both do, but
Yeah.
or I think I do too. I just don't ever have it prepared.
I don't actually.
No?
Oh.
Oh.
Creepy warlock girl does.
Of course. Yeah, I do it too. I just never have it, prepared. Maybe now that I've seen somebody do it, I will.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's fancy.
Yeah. But yeah, a glorious kind of looking satyr kind of walks out with kind of almost like plating kind of rings kind of stamped around his horns as he kind of comes out with little kind of beads, earrings all kind of looped around his ears. Ah, Dion, long time no see. How can I be of
Hey,
assistance?
Raminos.
Hello.
Oh, we're just shopping.
Well, welcome to my store, all of you. How may I be of assistance today? Are you looking for scrolls of magic? Are you looking for weapons? General knickknacks?
My eyebrow goes up and my ears perk when I hear magical scrolls.
Oh yes, I've got quite the assortment of magical scrolls.
Well, if no one else calls a check, I like to peruse.
Okay. And he kind of goes off and starts to kind of pull out these, all these kind of beautifully kind of crafted kind of like scroll cases that are all kind of leather and they've got like a little kind of cap on each one.
Can't hear you.
Beautiful leather scroll cases that have got a cap on. And he starts kind of laying them out. As each one's kind of got a tag tied to it. How in depth are you looking for these spells to be?
I would see if there's something else here. I mean, something in the way of non-damaging, because I think I can deal with that department on my own.
Non-damaging. He kind of pulls one. There's a scroll of resistance. Once you cast from this scroll, you touch one willing creature, and once before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one saving throw of its choice. It can roll the die before or after making the saving throw, and then the spell ends. It's basically a mini kind of inspiration.
Right. What else we got?
Let's see. Scroll of thaumaturgy, floating disc, purify food and water. Now you say you don't want damage.
Well, we can take a look at them as well. I was just wondering what else we got.
Animal friendship. Scroll of fear. May cause people to run away from you and keep
That sounds like fun.
a nice little healthy distance.
Yeah. How much for that fear scroll?
That'll be 540 gold pieces.
So I have a spyglass here that's valued to about 1,000 gold. Would it make a look at how many scrolls you had of the fear one?
I only have the one of the Scroll of Fear, I'm afraid.
Ah, then would you be interested in trading my spyglass towards that scroll and maybe something else valued for around 500?
Trade is my language.
Then let's see what else you got other than the Fear Scroll.
Let's see, for another one of around 500, I mean, you could throw in the floating disc and the purify food and water as a double. There's also burning hands, and he kind of looks you up and down, though I don't think you have a trouble with that.
I think we can skip the fiery ones.
Yes. The animal friendship. Absorb elements is also one. But if you're also looking away from scrolls, there could also be... I also have a potion of resistance against thunder.
How about magical items? Anything fun there, or maybe magical weapons?
Magical weapons. Right, I have a javelin of +1, a trident of +1. I have a Frostbrand greatsword. Let's see, what else do I have? I have a Giant Slayer battle axe. A Lance of Warning. No, that's far beyond your caliber, I believe. Yes.
Maybe something in the mindset of staffs or wands?
I'm afraid we don't have any staffs as such within this shop. Some of the others may be more stocked up for that. If you go, if you go and talk to Vasilios and give him a list of items that you may be looking for, and he can kind of do the run around town for you and save you the time.
Right.
Try.
Well, then, for now, let's just.
So you would like
fear one?
A magical staff of some sort, yes?
Yes.
Right. Magical staff. On the wanted list, a scroll of fear for 500 gold. In exchange for a... What was it for 1,000 gold?
This spyglass right here.
Sure. You can have the scroll of fear for 500 gold and have 500 change.
Perfect.
Right. So mark down the spyglass off your inventory. Add a scroll of fear and add 500 gold too.
Alright.
Anyone else?
I'm looking at rings. If he's got a case of rings.
Any ring in particular that you're looking for?
Either something for protection, or have you heard of a ring of spell story?
Yes, they are quite rare though, those. There's a ring of protection, unfortunately, is not something I have, but I do believe one of the shops further downtown do have one, so I can have that sent.
Okay.
Yeah, so anything else? Do you want to look through anything else that I've got? Magical item?
Would there be, while while Garbles was browsing, would there be anything that would have caught Dion's eye, either aesthetically or something a snack for their mom?
I won't say anything for your mom. You do notice a statue of a kind of strange looking like serpentine statue of an owl.
Okay.
That just kind of just seems to be like looming, and with Dalder's connections to Ioun, it just kind of almost has like a little kind of a bit of a connection.
Okay. I'll take that off the shelf and bring it up to Ramenos and be like, how much is this? A whisper. Make it inconspicuous that I want to buy it.
That would be... Ooh, that's quite the expensive one. That'll be 10,000 gold.
Oh
Not everything in my price range is to most people's affordability.
man. Do you know what this is? What is this?
Oh, it summons a giant owl as a helping hand for a while.
It's really neat.
It's pretty neat.
I'll just pick it up and sigh and put it back on the shelf
Yes.
nicely.
Yes, it transforms into a giant owl for up to 8 hours. And you can telepathically communicate with it, and it can fly you around, and it's quite a nifty little item.
That does sound really cool.
It is pretty damn cool.
I'm pretty sure. How much is OOC? How much is 5 platinum's only 500 gold, right?
5 platinum is 50.
50 gold. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 platinum is 10 gold.
I'm just gonna take that platinum off my. Just turn it into gold. Because that's confusing. Because yeah, other than the rings, I don't think there was anything in particular I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So Ring of Protection, there's another shop that has one nearby?
Yes, but I can have Vasilios collect it from the... Because, you know, he manages all the shops in town, and you can have them all delivered here, and you can come back later on today to pick it up if you wish.
Okay. What about a Cloak of Protection?
I can also put the look out for that. I don't tend to... A lot of the stuff I have in here is just generally scrolls. I do have the odd little knick-knack and item, but a lot of it is just...
Okay.
Quithus is visibly let down.
I mean... And he kind of looks at you a little bit.
Literally let down as a random NPC drops him off at the shop.
He was with us the whole time. Shush.
He was tagging along at the back. Surely an item would be more of use to you. A weapon, perhaps?
Potentially. Did you have anything in mind?
What's your poison? I mean, I've got a great sword, a battle axe, a javelin, a trident.
A hammer.
And of course, you're all asking for things that I don't have.
Back to
Should
being
I
disappointed.
even bother asking if you have any religious items of Moradin's in here?
Generally, like, looking deflated at this point, it's just like, we're in the Scholar Vale of the Feywild. Why would I have Moradin? Look, I only get things that people trade when they come through town. I don't really have an extensive library of... I don't have a fucking giant warehouse out back.
So
was
you
being
don't have a
sarcastic.
gauntlet, then?
Control yourself.
No. I don't have a hammer. I don't have any gauntlets. I've got half plate of resistance to psychic damage, if that's of use to anyone. A potion of resistance to thunder. Ring of mind shielding.
Ooh, how much is the Ring of Mind Shielding?
That is 15,000 gold.
Never mind.
Oh, see, is there anything like small and affordable that Dion could buy?
He just kind of plops an empty jug on the thing. I have a jug.
Is it a nice jug?
Is it a special jug?
It's a jug. You can have it for 2 copper pieces.
Well, okay, not that cheap.
It's somewhere in the middle of those prices. Somewhere. Is there a middle range? Should we just go to another shop, guys?
Maybe.
I tell you what. How about You all give me a rough idea of what you're seeking to find. I'll make a note. I'll personally see to it that I will track down Vasilios, and we will together split across the town, hunt down any of these items that are available, and bring them back to the shop, where later on, once you're all free and you're all ready to actually spend some coin, you can come back and then buy them.
Okay.
Okay.
Sound good? So, ring of protection, magical staff of some sort, a ring of... No, I've already got ring of protection.
Spell storing.
Ring, that was it, spell ring. There's a rare, but I shall do what I can and try and find something.
If you don't have it, that's okay.
Yeah, I'll do my best, The customer's always right, and you've got to keep the customer happy. Any other items? You want a big hammer.
Big hammer would be cool.
Big hammer.
The cloak of
OC,
Elvenkind.
why does that sound like someone trying to sell something to a tourist? Yeah, I'll get you big hammer.
I get
you big hammer.
Biggest
Um,
hammer you ever seen.
I'll up to Ramenos and I'll whisper, remember stuff, Moradin stuff? If you find anything Moradin, that's really cool.
I mean,
Also, do you know who Ayun is?
Yes.
Okay, anything with them too.
Moradin, I mean, the owl statue is pretty close. Can't you just draw an extra eye on?
But it's very expensive. I can't afford it.
I mean, you all look quite fairly wealthy. I mean, you were all offering to buy drinks at the tavern the other night, and can't you all pitch in and buy them together?
You know what? I'll have a talk about it with my teammates, maybe.
Okay. You know yourself the reason, we take the gold here so that we can kind of grease the palms of those in the material realm with the dawn creeds.
Yeah, I know. I am aware. Even though apparently our last escort disappeared somewhere.
Yes.
If I
Well-
find him, I'll send him back.
I wouldn't bother. I mean, it's been quite a kerfuffle, and the Dawn Greets were sent out in the hopes of protecting the Skull of Vale in Nylea's absence, but now she's back, so I don't know what that means for Dawn Greets in the future, but... Questions for another day?
Yeah, partying. I think that was another thing we do, is we party. So we'll just do that.
I think you have that covered already.
Exactly. That's the part of the job I'm good at.
So, ring of protection, staff, ring of spell storing, big hammer, cloak,
I think that big hammer.
Moradin stuff, Ayun stuff. Anything else?
When he says Ayun stuff out loud, like, Dion will just kind of, like, look nervously over at Dulder, like...
Oh, sorry,
That's okay.
I should have picked up the cues. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard.
Going by the look he's giving you, Dulder heard.
Hang on.
Little perception check.
OOC passive perception 20.
No. Not that.
Oh, does the fucking amulet start to glow or some shit?
Mhm.
I start fucking walking around using this thing as a lodestone.
It's just a, what you call it, like a metal detector for anything
Nope.
Ayun. You just beep, 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 beep.
He just clicks his fingers, and everything that he said in the last 6 seconds just instantly leaves your mind.
More of this fuckery. How much was that ring of mine shilling 15?
Gift of the gab.
Yeah.
Handy little thing for a shopkeep to have.
I think, yeah, OC, I think I have that somewhere too, but I don't have it usually prepared. Well,
Yeah,
technically, we did a long rest, so I could move my spells around.
We got a long rest because we leveled up.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, I know. And I didn't move my spells around because, lazy.
What were you saying, Soph?
I was just gonna say while we're here, I wanted to sell something.
What are you looking to sell?
My vial of gold.
Oh. The vial of gold that you took from the Celestia cave. Or Celestia
Yeah.
Moradin cave.
Oh.
That I've had for ages.
Okay.
Should I not sell the big pot of gold for gold?
You can.
If it was a vial or nugget of actual gold, you would be more than welcome to sell it. But considering it is potentially not that.
Yeah, his eyes, as soon as he kind of looks at it, isn't it? Melted gold, strange. And he's kind of looks over it for a little. He's looking over it for a bit, and he's just kind of like, how did you get this?
I just smile innocently. I say nothing. I just smile. Like dead blank smile. And I just like scooch it over a bit closer to him.
He's just scooching it right back. He's like, he starts kind of like, almost like scratching at the back of his hand as like a way of like trying to keep himself. I don't even know how you got that, and I don't want. That's god blood.
Smile and push it forward a little bit more. Explain.
You've literally got the blood of one of the deities trapped in a vial, and they've been missing for 1,000 years. I don't know how you got it. Is that Nylea's?
It's up for discussion. But how much would it be?
Is it Nylea's?
It's none of your concern. How much is it?
But depending on if it's Nylea's, it could be quite a lot of concern. I mean,
I'm gonna say no.
At this point, I'll intervene and be. Guarantee it's not Nylea's.
then. $15,000 gold.
Who was it that was looking at the ring? I'm just gonna look at the group and be like, should I?
Is this the same type of like vial of stuff that we found with the coming from the meteor?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the meteor stuff, yeah.
I got one of those too.
What the fuck have you all done?
I forgot that you did.
Wait! Oh, huddle! And I pull Lilith and Garble aside. Huddle!
We're huddling! I grabbed the bottle
Okay.
back, by the way.
I talk to Lilith and Garble and I say, "You see that owl statue on the shelf?" And I just like very subtly point to the owl statue. It's really cool. Hear me out. It summons an owl that you can telepathically speak to for 8 hours, and it can like help you with stuff. But it's 10K. But I think Dolder would really like it. And he's done such a good job with healing.
And we train it to land specifically on Dulder's head.
I don't know about that one. But
Especially given its giant nature.
yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to trade it in as long as no one thinks we're gonna need it for anything else. I've been carrying it and we've not needed it since.
I don't mind like lending out my gold for now, until we find something I might want later on.
Okay.
Oh, see, I hand you my vial of alphabet soup.
That's what that was. I was checking people's inventory and I just saw alphabet soup and I was like, the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, like it was like
It had runes in it. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So if they're 15,000 each, and it's how much was the owl?
10K.
10. So I don't mind trading mine in. because the thing I want will probably be around below the 5. It'll be quite expensive, so I'm happy to trade mine in.
Should we keep one just in case?
Yeah, if we keep garbles,
Yeah.
Okay.
and I'll trade mine in.
Okay.
Sound good?
Okay.
You think
yeah.
someone else will buy it later on for more than 15k though?
Maybe.
Can I get a?
I would say so much, but I'm not in the huddle.
I was gonna just the 2 clerics. Can you give me either like just give me a religion check?
Dirty 20.
14.
I mean, generally speaking, you are both within the tavern, not the tavern, the shop at the minute, and you're currently just watching your friends haggle with the blood of a literal god as a bartering tool.
First of all, not my deity. Second of all, potentially construct stepdaughter of my deity.
And mine.
Hmm?
And I would also argue the case that this blood was scooped off the floor of a beholder-infested dungeon.
But it's getting sucked back in.
Considering what is coming, I don't think a thimble vial of blood is going to make or break, pun intended, the moon. Something else will take care of that.
Alright, I was letting you react to it however you saw fit. I was just making sure that...
Had this been
That's
a
fair, that's fair.
different deity's blood, we would have been having a very different conversation right
If it was
now.
Moradin's blood, it would have been. We would have
Started
been
a
fighting
long time
Golder for
ago.
it.
I mean, you
Yeah.
both know Moradin and Bahamut are up on that moon.
So, like, technically, it's like the 4th, cousin.
Ah.
DNA
Right,
wise.
removed.
Where's the ancestry.com on this blood? I want to know how much Viking DNA there is. Like every other white person in America.
Worst case scenario, we've got 2 vials of it.
Yeah, we're
still
keeping
have,
one.
We still
I
have
will say
one.
this to my companions. You shouldn't take the first offer that you receive. If he's telling you it's worth this, it's worth more.
It's quite what I was asking for. Do you think we can get more than 15 later on?
OOC just trying to get them not to sell it in character. Yes, I think we should check other shops first.
Yeah, maybe Quit this is right.
I'll go back and be like, I reject your offer. I can get more. And then like swish my hair and like sassily walk away.
He just kind of leans over the kind of counter and just kind of taps you on the shoulder, Dion.
Huh?
She does know that, like, all the stores are owned by Vasilios, right?
She doesn't, but it makes it all the more fun.
Okay. Well, I'll see you back here later. I'll have a little chat with Vasilios and try and get some of these items nailed down. And yeah, I'm gonna have to discuss with him that vial. The implications could be massive. Okay. Unless there's anything else I can help any of you with. Any other items that you want me to add to the list?
You heard mine, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
I take a look at my hand and I ask, "Oh, do you have a ring of regeneration?"
I'll add it to the list. Although word spread that you're going up to the Sybils later, right?
Yeah, for dinner.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that one of the druids that are up in that location can probably try and help you out in that regard. he kind of looks at Garwolf for a sec. Jer probably won't. Althea, maybe?
Or Galena maybe?
I mean, she'd more kind of nurture that one, and she kind of points down to Echo. But, ask around.
Mm-hmm. Maybe if I ask Jer.
Yes. Yes, Jer's going... Jer can be a little bit testy with... Maybe if you stick fur on him.
He already has the horns, you're right.
I mean, yeah.
Little
bit of foundation. He'll be fine. He won't be able to notice.
I have a plan.
Oh, I wish I could almost be present.
While they're having that conversation in Celestial to Dulder, I don't want that vial of gold sold.
In response, I am rather neutral towards it, but I do not have issues with it staying in our possession.
I would prefer it.
Very well.
Thank you.
I turn to Quithus and I tell him, but it's not gold, it's alphabet soup, look at it. And I shake it. It's the little soldiers just like swirling inside.
Does Garbo speak Celestial?
No, but
I don't think so.
But also at the same time, it no longer looks like alphabet soup to you since detect magic is no longer up. It just looks like normal melted gold.
All the noodles dissolved.
Yes.
The older will respond with, yes, and the diamond is so very pretty.
So what are you doing? Anything else you want to do in town?
I guess moving to the next shop, and I will, as we're like bidding Ramanos to goodbye, I'll be like, oh, do you know who might have cool stuff? Lucas. And I just start running towards the auction house.
Okay. Are you following?
Follow the native on a merry-go-round? Sure, sounds fun.
Yep. Like an absolute bull in a china shop, she is just tearing through the town and heading towards a large kind of open kind of structure with like an open kind of front. And there's like a large stage with a pedestal. Doesn't seem to be anyone around at the moment. Doesn't seem to be an auction currently in process.
Is there like a little storefront where either Lucas or Terzok hang out?
There's a little door that you could probably go and knock on.
I will knock on the door.
Okie dokie. You give a little old rappy tap tap and wait for a few moments. And then a small little window opens up in the top right hand corner of it. And you see like a very small kind of almost like butterfly moth kind of humanoid kind of just kind of flutter out of the door. Ah, the heroes of the hour.
Lucas,
Hello.
we were shopping and wondered if you had anything interesting for sale. I see that you're working with, not within hours, but...
I mean, I can look out back and see if I can try and squeeze a few of the heroes of the town, a few little things out of the back door, maybe?
Sure. Wink, wink.
And he kind of wanders out into the back. Let's see. I think it's one of the Raven's Queen's things. And he kind of lifts kind of quite like the Raven's kind of skull is quite the size of him. He's just trying to like lift it. After this little
I'll
kind of...
help him pick it up.
Oh, much thank you. Yes, and you see like a small little kind of raven skull with a small little kind of purple gem in one of the eye sockets. Yeah, I believe this is some sort of item that's got some sort of connection to the Raven Queen. I believe it gives you a little boost to your armor and your saving throws, and I believe it prevents undead from being summoned for a minute once used. So if you go up against any undead kind of things, it'll, prevent any more of the nasty blighters from popping up onto your feet.
I just wide-eyed look back at the rest of the group like, huh? Sounds pretty good.
Would not necessarily consider undead our greatest issue here. And Dolder kind of looks at himself and it withers.
Okay. Try again. Dion, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I help him lift it up.
Thank you. And he kind of points to a satchel that you kind of lift up on the side, and he kind of pulls the string away, and it kind of falls down. And it's almost like a very small dragon that is kind of kept in a small little bird cage. This is a pseudo-dragon skeleton. You can crush the bones, and it grants a +1 bonus to all saving throws.
Once?
Yes.
Oh.
It also gives one dragon that you can see vulnerability to one damage type to which it is not already immune.
Dion, again, wide eyes, looks at the rest of the group. Huh?
And I'm sorry, how is it activated?
You crush it, and it gives vulnerability.
The whole thing?
Yes, you crush the bones,
Okay.
and it gives a dragon that you see vulnerability to one damage type to which it's not immune.
I just kind of like give everybody like a, this sounds pretty good. Like, look, like you guys, yeah? Dragon?
Yes, if we are in the business of dragon slaying, I'm sure it would be a useful item, though I do not necessarily think that there are very many opportunities in the world to slay dragons every other Wednesday.
Glare at Dolder.
Although, we might have one dragon in particular that we might have to fix.
Flashback to visions of a mountain rage when we were supposed to be finding one.
Dolder will just close his eyes and...
Indeed, you seem to be trying to fight a dragon. Well, this would be a perfect
We
opportunity.
didn't say that.
OOC, y'all are fucking idiots. Remind me to never take y'all to a market.
I was just giving
Holy
eyes.
shit. Fuck me. Oh, hey, you know this really rare item you have? Yeah, that fits us perfectly. We're super motivated to buy this. What do you want for it? Dolder doesn't even smoke. There's not even cigarettes in this world, yet he wants to smoke.
You're talking to
right
somebody
now.
that grew up in
I
a
love you
town where
guys.
bartering is pretty normal, and nobody tries to.
Like, I know we're clerics and we're supposed to be truthful and honest, but god fucking damn.
No one said I'm smart, okay?
To be fair,
I think I might
none
have
of
the
you.
lowest
I'm
intelligence in the
smart.
group.
I don't have wisdom though. Like
Of all the stats, intelligence is the lowest one out of the entire group.
I have a +2 in intelligence, but only a +1 in wisdom. So anyway, I will say, oh, we'll keep this one in mind.
Well, be careful that it's not sold later on this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, because so many people are in the business of dragon slaying these days.
I mean, the Vale's back and open, baby. There's going to be people pouring in, I'm sure, anytime soon.
Yeah.
Just because dragons aren't around on your little continent doesn't mean they're not around in other places.
Sounds like a problem for other places.
Exactly.
What time is the auction tonight, Lucas, by the way?
I'd say we'll probably be firing up about 7 o'clock.
Mm. And OOC, what time is dinner time in the Feywild?
I would say you were probably expected around just after 5, maybe.
Maybe we might be able to make it for the auction OOC.
Look,
We might be able to.
Listen, just
You
because
don't want to RP an auction?
Oh no, I want to. No, this is in character. Because you've done a great service to the Vale. How about if you're trying to like squeeze a little bit of time? I put this to the back of the queue.
We have a very important dinner with the Sibyls. So.
Ooh, fancy.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see the next. If you have.
Let's see. That's boring. That's boring. Ooh. Any spellcasters in your group?
Maybe. What you got?
Ah, you're learning. This Auric. Oh god, I can't read this. Orichalcum Lily gives you a +2 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls with cantrips. And the saving throw of cantrips you cast increases by 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, OO6, really the only person that uses cantrips the most, I think, is Ayara, right? His warlocks.
Isn't Firebolt a cantrip?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Searing Flame is a cantrip.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 4 of the party using attack cantrips.
So Dion will just politely nod, taking cues from Dolder now after his.
Now keeping a very firmer, tight lip. Another one to add to the back of the queue, perhaps?
Yes.
Sure. Alright, then.
Where all of a sudden feel a burning urge to play poker against this group.
Listen, I'm back in my hometown. I trust these people.
Fucking why? You know them.
That's why.
You should know better.
I know that all the shops are run by the same guy.
He kind of looks at the 2 clerics. Probably not the item for this group.
Insight check.
Yeah, right.
Roll an insight check.
Can I help them with advantage since I'm like right next to him, probably?
I mean,
him look shit up?
with them both
I
making
need
a roll, I think you'll be alright.
With
Yeah, I
a
got a
27.
Oh,
I
with the
think we got this.
27.
Yeah, he seems to almost like have a small little like pouch that seems to kind of rattle a little bit, and he kind of gives a look of like scanning each of you to try and determine which kind of gods you kind of follow, and he's like, yeah, this probably is a little bit dark for their taste.
Dolder will just do his trademark narrowing of his eyes, like with a look going, I know you got something fishy there, boy.
They're on dead teeth, you know. You can pop one in the ground and out pops a skeleton. You can also probably attach them to the end of arrows, and whatever you hit will contract flesh rot. If provided it doesn't.
Can he lift that on his own, or am I having to lift that up?
I mean, it's a little tiny. It's almost like being the tooth fairy at this point.
Okay, good.
Please don't
I don't
tell
wanna
me they're
touch that.
baby teeth.
Are they regular adult-sized teeth?
They look like adult human
Okay.
style teeth.
Dolder just has a face of disgust. but he's not going to push the issue.
Like I said, I didn't think it would be kind of holy people's cup of tea to summon little skeleton helpers, or giving your enemies flesh-eating disease, but, you know, it's fine. Anything else? Dion again, please. And he just kind of gives it a nod over to a little kind of box, and you pick it up and you start to kind of hear a ringing inside.
Oh. I will hold the box or put it down somewhere. And
Yeah. You pull out these two kind of slippers with like curled up toes with little bells on the tips.
Oh.
It may not look it, but these will give the wearer quite a nifty little boost in their mobility. The only problem is you're probably going to be very noticeable. Because of, he kind of taps it and it just kind of dings.
You know, stealth is the biggest thing our party has.
Well,
is it like an actual bell at the end?
Yeah, it's literally like little elf shoes that are curled up and this little kind of dangly little bell.
And Dion will curiously just like kind of poke the bell at the end and be like, couldn't you just cut the bell off?
If you cut the bell off, I'm afraid it loses its enchantment. It's a little, finicky. You know, it's... Yes. But if you're that fast where you can't be hit, then it's no problem that you've been seen or heard.
Yeah.
You know, it doubles your movement speed. Any attacks against you have disadvantage.
Oh, okay. That's pretty neat.
Yes. The downside is they only have a total magic power of 10 minutes per day until you finish another rest. So if you're wading into a never-ending war, then probably not too great, but if you don't tend to kind of get stuck into combat all that much, they're quite useful.
I look at the rest of the group to see if there's any interest in the faces, and if not, then I'll just have him keep going if he still has more stuff.
I mean, a lot of these are just antiques. They're not really any magical items and such. Let's have a look here.
Viking has to restart his Discord. His computer's acting all fucky wucky. So some of the stuff that I got that I still have that was just regular stuff. I'll just take out the little Vecna statue and the ivory flute and ask Lucas if he thinks that either one of those things can get decent coin in an auction.
I mean, you can certainly add it onto the list if you want to. I mean, would you like me to put your name down on the item?
Okay.
I
No
mean,
harm, no. I get it back if it doesn't sell, right?
You get it back if it doesn't sell, and you get a cut. I mean, obviously the house takes a cut too, but you know, depending on how much it sells for, you know, you might get a little tiny bit of a profit.
You could say this. Is this ivory flute antique? I think so. And I look at it. Does it look old?
Looks pretty well made, well crafted. I can't see why that wouldn't fetch a nice price, especially in this town.
Oh, see, I could say it came from the home of a vampire lord, but...
Is this made out of bone?
Oh shit, is it?
It is.
Oh god! Dion just like, oh.
Look, we get all sorts of visitors to this place, and honestly, that may help.
It's more so I put my mouth on that.
Oh. I was going to make a joke with that,
right.
but yeah.
Oh.
The entire party has the same reaction.
Yeah.
Everybody at the same time went,
Yeah. Everyone. There's like a shared look around the group as the bard says that. Yeah.
Not the first time.
Putting your mouth on a bone.
Ooh. This is quite the item, though. Which I think may be quite interesting for some of you. maybe not all. And he kind of pulls out this kind of almost like a black flowered amulet. This will increase one's constitution quite immensely.
And why would any of us be interested in that?
Well, a high constitution tends to mean that you can take a punch or two extra, and given the fact that you all went toe-to-toe with an archfey, I take it that this isn't your first rodeo in terms of combat and action.
It also sounds like there is a but attached to the end of your statement.
No buts, but this will be very expensive.
Considering we're going up against Archfey, I guess our constitution's pretty good, huh, guys?
Must be.
Then it'll wait to the auction.
If we could put that towards the end, we'll talk about it.
He just kind of gives us a knowing smile. Of course.
Oh, see, I'm very excited to RP an auction.
I'm not. We'll do that next time when everyone's here so everyone can get in the auction.
Neither am I. Better watch some videos, Ron.
Oh, fucking hell, I'm going to need to. What are you doing to me?
This is a Feywild auction. You can do it however you want.
Yeah,
You
OOC,
need the wrapping kind.
I will give you the stats on that. It raises your constitution score to 19 while you wear the amulet. It is something that you need to attune to, though. So it would take one of your attunable slots.
Oh, if only Neb was still alive, right?
Yeah.
If he'd had that amulet, he might actually be.
Oh.
I don't know.
No, to be fair, it was a dex save of all things that he failed.
That's
Oof.
No, it wasn't. Was it really?
Yeah.
It was, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh my god.
He rolled
mind.
like fucking a 10.
Rip.
Other than that, it's basically just a bunch of old junk and well, ornaments. So yeah, unless you're trying to furnish your home or anything like that, then I don't see any reason for anything in here.
I mean, the other thing that Dion would be looking at would be, again, something for their mom.
Hmm.
This is a gift to give to the mom for keeping Boblin.
You mean Boblin isn't the gift?
I mean, he is a gift, but
He's a precious boy.
that was also, I forgot I was gonna ask the last shopkeep if they had like a thing that would magically clean a room once a day. But I forgot. And I don't think that exists. But I'll ask the next shopkeep.
Unseeing servant.
I mean, actually,
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was what I was thinking. Just bind it to something so
Yeah.
I get it to go once a day.
Yeah, short of that, I don't think I have any more items of any magical or wonderful, extravagant fancy for you. I'll make a note of these and put these towards the end of the auction, and when you're finished your beautiful dinner with the lovely Sybils, then may the auction commence.
oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Fucking can't believe you're making me do an auction. Damn you for putting an auction in this fucking place.
It's gonna be fun.
I blame you.
How else is a trade city supposed to trade stuff? Also, I was doing Turzok's job the whole time.
He's small.
I know he's small, but that's why he has Turzok.
Oh, yeah, Torzok, sorry, yeah. He went there.
I know.
You went there when it was closed.
Yeah, well.
The town's still... Many of the people in the town are still recovering from a really bad hangover.
That's fair.
But yeah. So you've got the shop's all out with a good list of shopping goodies to go and collect for you to come back later on and maybe purchase. You've got the auctioneers holding a few items towards the back of the queue for after the dinner. Is there anything else you want to do in town? Go and see?
Could I do an Arcana check about the whole unseen servant thing? If I can think of a way to make that more like a permanent spell.
Sure. Give me an Arcana check.
17.
17. You kind of get the idea it would be possible. It would take someone with quite a capable magical prowess to create something like that. Funnily enough, you know of a few people within town, like maybe some of the enchanters with the shops could create something for you. There's also a certain hermit that lives on the outskirts that may be approachable.
The hermit. In character, I would probably end up checking one of the other enchanters first, but use that as a last resort.
Mm-hmm.
And I let everybody know I have a personal errand I need to run if they want to do their own thing. If not, you're welcome to tag along. I'm going to the enchanter shop. And I start skipping along.
Where you go into the shop or you go into the outskirts?
I want to see like one of the enchanters first to see if
Okay.
it's something they can do, and if not, then
Okay. Anything else?
resolve to
What the rest of you doing? Are you following or are you exploring?
enchanter.
Sure, let's follow along.
Okie dokie.
Aye.
Okie dokie then.
Enchanter shop loading.
Yes, enchanter shop loading. Eventually, you come to quite a small little kind of dwelling. Give me a perception check, Dion.
Okay. Ooh, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Funnily enough, looking at the shop now, you start to kind of see all these kind of knickknacks and stuff that are kind of dangling from the outside of the windows. It is a small shop, and it will be cramped for all of you to fit inside. You could probably open the doorway and probably like poke a few heads in. But you have arrived at Kira the Tinkerer's little workshop.
Oh. I warn you guys. Maybe one at a time. Single
Dolder
file,
will take
maybe.
a look at the size of the establishment and rather firmly just go wait outside.
The door opens and it kind of rings the bell. And you start to hear the fluttering of wings as a small little fairy kind of buzzes out from behind the counter. Well, hello, what brings all you to my shop?
You know, just shopping after a day of drinking.
Oh, tell me about it. I woke up in the bottom of some random tankard this morning.
Nice.
I think I may have drank it in my sleep. So, she kind of looks up at the looming kind of few figures that have kind of piled into the shop at shoulder to shoulder. Can I help any of you?
Well, I'm mostly shopping for an item, an enchanted item, maybe that would, once a day clean a room to pristine condition.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
If I invent this, I'm just going to take full responsibility and credit for it. I may add your name somewhere in its kind of name creation, but I can't make any promises.
Oh, okay. But you don't have one right now.
Well, no, but I can certainly try and pull up some kind of paperwork and map out the enchantments that will be needed for such an item.
Okay.
I mean, I am a very skilled inventor, but these things take time. Enchantments
I
isn't just, it's not a click of the fingers and poof, it's just kind of been brought into being.
How long are you talking about?
Oh, I mean, depending on the size of the enchantment, it could take days, weeks, months, years.
Mm.
But
It's not too bad. I mean,
No.
I know.
You can still get it to your
Especially
mother.
if she knows where it's going.
Exactly.
But I have a couple other people I could ask, worst case.
I mean, I'm definitely happy to do this.
I'm just saying, you're welcome to take that idea and make one anyway and sell it.
Oh, for sure.
I'm sure
I'm
people
doing that
would
anyway.
totally be down.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's already done.
Yeah.
I'm taking that. That's
And
mine
I'm
now.
just gonna start like.
I'm
kind
just
of,
saying,
like,
if you want me to make
riffing
one
name.
for you, I would be
Ah.
willing to sell one back to you. But yeah, the idea is, that's mine now. I'm taking that.
DeAndroid. And I'm just gonna start.
I'll
riffing
work.
names of, like, robots.
I'll workshop on the name. DeAndroid isn't. Yeah. What? I mean, it's not
Yeah.
even going to be robotic. I mean, what, do I look like a gnome?
Noid. I just start. I'm just riffing names in the middle of the store now. Because I'm already like, okay, I guess I gotta check somewhere else for like an instant gratification thing. But I'm also really excited about this idea of
I mean,
cleaning robots.
I mean, if you try and get something that I can infuse the enchantment into, I could always. I mean, are you? I mean, is it for someone you know?
It's for my mom.
Well, then perfect. She lives in town. Buy her a little trinket. I'll go around, every day when I'm doing my little enchantments. I'll pop in. We'll have a little lunch. I'll do my little voodoo on the item. So at least you can get her the item, and I'll go around there each day. I'll get a free lunch, and hey presto.
Okay, well, then I just have to find an item.
I mean, get anything you want.
Okay.
It could be this, and she just kind of lifts up a small little kind of like broken clock. I couldn't repair it.
Nice, cause my mom.
You know,
my
like,
mom.
I could fix the clock. I mean, it's just something I pulled apart because I got bored one day. Because not really much in the way of people wanting inventions in this town, especially in the past few months.
Oh yeah, the past few months. Well, we just won't talk about the past few months.
Tell me about it. It's been dull.
Wait, were you not? And I just kind of look at her like, were you not?
Enchanted? No, of course not.
Oh. How was it?
Very dull. For a band of bards, they just did not know how to party and compared to the people of this town. I'm telling you that now.
Explains why they're lost.
Well. Yeah. Yeah, the little gnome was okay. I mean, for a gnome.
Yeah, she was cool.
Yeah.
She was nice to us, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I could kind of get the idea that we both were sharing the idea that neither of us were infused.
Yeah, she wasn't really under his spell either. Do you want to know what's funny, though?
Yep.
Him and the orc got sent to the theater.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, semi-warranted, I guess. I mean, everyone did kind of kick the bucket there for a minute.
Yeah, I think it's warranted.
Still, though. Couldn't be me.
No, me neither. But I'm sure they'll have fun.
Absolutely. Then she kind of looks around the rest of you. I mean, sorry, we got kind of chatting away about old times there. Anything else people need inventing, creating?
Yeah, now that time works properly, you guys, if you want something invented, then
I mean, I can also...
we might be able to pick it up.
Well, not only that, but if you're on the material plane, I can also send a quick link to go and deliver it.
Ooh.
maybe since one of us has one of those jugs with infinite coffee, maybe we can have one with just like infinite regular water.
I mean, yeah, but that's boring. I could do that, yeah.
Plus, Dolder already can make, and I could take the spell too. Create food and water every day.
Yeah, but
Yep.
this kind of fairy
Hear a
buzz.
voice on the wind. It's a 3rd level spell slot.
Yeah, this kind of fairy kind of buzzes up to your face. The beauty of my inventions is that they don't take up precious spell slots from you kind of magical types. They're a little kind of freebie that you can just kind of have in your back pocket.
Understood.
Science is the way forward.
Fuck you.
Yeah, laughs in religion.
Zealots.
Heathen.
$7,000 years and counting, bitch.
Quithus, who was standing outside, also trying not to fit his heavy armor into that little shop, just starts carving the symbol of Bahamut into the side of the wall. Just real small. Just on the.
You try to do it stealthily?
Blessing the properly.
What's that?
You're doing it stealthily, or you're just like staring at her eyes as you kind of cough with this dragon head into the...
No, I mean, I'm just outside. Like, it's just, she can see my head and like my left side.
Oh,
and my right arm's
okay.
just carving in the wall.
Listen, is fucking Quithus half satyr? Because this level of vandalism.
Yeah. Going around carving Bahamut everywhere.
Sometimes I just put Bahamut was here with the W-U-Z.
Not that you would know.
Do you do like the cool S symbol too?
Listen, Viking, you can shut your mouth. Not Dalder, Viking, you can go to hell.
You do like the S symbol, but it's actually a B.
Yeah, right.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm looking for an item.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been doing that all session.
I was going to say something about it. The item I'm looking for is, and I point down to Echo, for my familiar.
Mm.
I gave him like a stroke on the head. A glamoured companion collar. Have
And-
you heard of it?
Depends on what are you trying to achieve with it? Just to make the collar look all nice and pretty and change the look of it each day? I mean, that's quite simple.
No. It's an enchanted collar
Yes.
that would help assist my friend here to change his look.
Right. So you want something that would disguise what he is, maybe?
Yes,
Okay.
essentially.
So, like, you pop the collar on the little guy there, and, well, big guy compared to me, and he'll magically turn into a panther or something, or at least look like one.
Yes, but with not just when I put the collar on him, more with he can wear the collar the whole time. I use a command and he can change.
I mean, it will be only a cosmetical thing, it won't be an actual physical change, but yeah, an illusion magical collar would be quite a simple thing to create.
And how much would that cost?
Let's call it 120 gold.
I look at Echo and I smile. You have a deal.
Cool. I mean, how long are you looking to stay in the Vale for? It'll take me a little bit of time to make, but it's not too much of an issue to create.
We be here for a bit longer.
A-
How long will it take you to make?
A few days. I mean, if you're going to be gone in a few days, I can send a delivery. That will cost extra, though.
I kind of just turn to the group and I'm like, how long are you gonna be here for?
I wouldn't ask Dion because they're very biased.
Don't want to go.
I don't want to go.
I look at the shop.
Yeah.
I didn't hear his name. I apologize.
It's Kira. It's a small little female fairy with like this bright pink kind of hair and like almost like an oil slick kind of different coloured wings kind of protruding from the back.
Okay. I compliment her lovely hair
Thank you.
and say, if you give me a day, I'm sure my young friend here with us being here or not here can come and collect. As I look at Echo. As this is his home, so I assume he can just come back in if need be.
Oh.
Am I wrong in thinking that?
Echo just goes, no. I mean, you could send me to the Feywild to come and collect, and then resummon me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
That works. Okay.
I pay now and hand over 120 gold.
She kind of flicks another gold back in your direction again, just for the compliment for the hair. Flattery goes a long way.
Thank you very much. And I kind of just like look at Echo and like, you're gonna look so cute. Do I get to customize the collar? Can I ask for a specific look of it?
You can put in an order request if you want for how it would look.
I'm gonna think about that for a minute.
Okay.
I'll come back.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
You know, I actually have an idea now that Lilith is talking about a collar for Echo.
Okay.
And once they're done with that conversation, I'll ask. But it's basically, I'll just be like, the best way I can describe it is, and I just like summon Mage Hand to like start playing notes on the lute and be like, can you do this, but like something that doesn't take up a spell?
You want an instrument that plays itself?
Kinda, like if I can attach it to the lute and kind of play extra notes.
She just starts kind of drawing and designing and kind of crafting out these kind of like long enchantment kind of runes. Maybe. I mean, it may be something I need to attach to the instrument itself.
Hmm.
So we may need to leave the lute here while I work on it. But yeah, I could probably get that done.
Dion kind of like panics, knowing all the hubbub about this lute and like not wanting to leave it out of their sight now. Like, oh no, oh no. And I'll think about it. Maybe I'll drop it off later.
Sure.
I need to think about it.
Okay. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, it's not like I can run away with it. It's about 20 times bigger than me.
That's true. But there was a lot of hubbub about this thing.
Oh, that's the infamous lute, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
rest assured, customer confidentiality is my prized attribute. I will keep everything under wraps if you do decide to take it under consideration.
think about it. We gotta be back here later today anyway.
Okay.
I've sent a picture in the chat of what I kind of explained to
Okay.
the clerk of what
Ooh, that's pretty.
Collar.
Okay.
It's so pretty.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
That's what I want to go for.
All right. You kind of put in your little design plans, and Kira takes some notes. Well, unless there's any other inventions, and the two clerics outside have done being nuisances out the side the front. I can hear them carving into the wood, they know. I do have rather large ears.
Doing what now? I just poke my head outside.
There is no they in this matter. There is him in this matter. First across the street checking out the weather.
I think your door looks better now.
What are you doing?
She just kind of flutters over and pulls out a small little kind of like charcoal piece and just starts to like draw a big moustache on the dragon's face. Now it looks better.
Deanna's really resisting the urge to take out their own piece of like pencil and draw boobies on it, but
Don't want to
When he puts
insult the
the
cleric.
mustache on, Quithus laughs and says, "I think you're right."
Dulder is observing this conversation and having flashbacks to his vision of, earning items, making them unlocked by living up to your deity's ideals. That's all going on inside Dulder's head, and none of y'all have any idea about that yet.
Yes.
Good, then I'm glad I wasn't listening.
That info hasn't been shared. But yes, at this point, the day started to kind of drag a little on. You start to get the rumbling in your stomach, even though breakfast wasn't too long ago for the most of you. You do just start to kind of get that paining kind of hunger of wanted to completely rid this hangover day away. And as you kind of walk back through the streets and start to kind of make your way back towards the temple, you do see two familiar figures just kind of walking around the streets. As you see Ajran and Ayara just taking a leisurely walk around, and you see like a bunch of kind of different kind of bags kind of just around their wrists as they're kind of walking along. It looks like they've been doing a little bit of shopping of their own.
You got that Gucci.
They got the Gucci bag.
Well, I will flag them down. Hey, you guys.
Hey. They kind of come along and give you a little bit of a greeting for the morning. Ajran kind of explains that he woke up early, and Ayara, because she passed out first, had kind of woken up at the same time, and they decided to go for a walk around the Vale while it was very quiet and no one was awake. See the sights.
Because they were all hungover and sleeping at the tavern. Yeah.
Yeah. And I say it's not odd for Ajran to be waking up quite early with the rest of you and kind of going off, and especially in Vidar when he used to go out and help out in the fields. So
Yeah. Well, I will relay some of our shopping expeditions, like a quick rundown, and then be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we have dinner plans," and then I'll just like fake look at a watch and go, "Real soon."
yeah, Ayara, as soon as you mentioned dinner's like, "Oh, that sounds so good. Do we need to dress up?"
I don't know, but and then Dion will just like use their glamored armor to make something slightly fancier. Appropriately fancy for a dinner with the Sibyls.
Boblin just doesn't change his actual physical appearance, but also puts on like a nice little fanciful kind of matching attire.
Nice.
Suave.
Hell yeah, and I give Boblin a little high five.
Gives you a little high five back. So, we're going to have to walk all the way up on the stairs again, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake. Not to be like...
But
what?
dinner.
Yeah, I didn't... You know how I said like I quite like walking around and having the kind of grass between my toesies and all that kind of... So, stairs are a lot.
Okay, I got it. And I just like start crafting the little baby Bjorn again, and I just pick him up like, okay. And I put him in it, and like, it's fine.
He just gives a little sideways glance to the rest of you as like a... I get carried, you have to walk.
I'm going to go on a limb here and assume that Boblin is not wearing shoes.
No. Well, that's not rare for goblin who have very large feet with kind of like curled kind of clawed toenails kind of coming out the end.
That's fair enough.
Quite halflingy.
Yeah. Hobbity.
Hobbity, yes, the hobbitses. Just little green speckled hobbitses.
And the walk should be fine. It's not that bad, right, guys? Let's go. If we leave now, we should make it by dinner.
Yeah. And you all kind of turn your attention back up to the temple where you first arrived into the Vale. And you just see the long, twisting staircase that leads all the way up the mountain to the large temple area above.
Deanna whips out their lute to play a song while we're going.
We're off to see the Sibyls.
Basically.
The wonderful Sibyls of the Vale.
And I'll do it with a bardic inspiration so that people are inspired to keep walking up these stairs.
There you go. Step by step, you slowly make your way up the side of the mountain, accompanied by a merried assortment of tunes that slowly start to kind of lose the luster about halfway up and slowly start to kind of almost like be broken up intermediately by heavy panting as each step kind of goes further and further up. But eventually you do manage to pull your way back up to the side of the mountain where you come to the Temple of Nylea with the assortment of kind of different kind of small kind of like buildings that kind of scatter around the outskirts of, looks like the dwellings of the Sibyls and some of the other workers around the temple itself.
Once we're actually at the top and we're done climbing, Dolder will put down his pack and pull out his little bit more ornate vestments and change into that.
Mm-hmm.
Since if it's going to be a meeting of basically him viewing these three as pretty much the high priests of Nylea in the area.
Yeah. Asher just kind of shrugs his... I got nothing. AR just tries to take a bit of a leaf out of Dion and Garble's book and tries to do like a mask of many faces herself and just creates this kind of like very tomato red kind of variation of what you're wearing. This is fancy.
I'll use prestidigitation on Quithus's armor to make it extra shiny.
Okay, extra gleaming.
Oh, thanks. Looks down and inspects shiny armor.
It shiniest it's ever been shinied. But slowly you walk towards the temple doors of the temple doors that you first entered through. Slowly start to kind of open and reveal the temple within, where your dinner party awaits, and that's where we'll pick it up next time when the rest of them are available.
I knew it.
Yeah, don't want to drop too much lore gossip while everyone's away.
Watch out for that cliff he's hanging us off of.
It's a very steep one, and it's a long fall.
We did just walk up a mountainside, so...
Yeah, but
Yeah. Well, yeah. That was a nice little session. It's a shame that not everyone could be here, but hey ho.
Shopping.
I have a shopping list. I'll get a list of all these kind of items and I'll look over, get some prices, and get back to you on down. We can sort that out next session.
Right.
As well as the fucking auction that I now have to fucking hold.
I can't wait for that.
because someone decided they
No
wanted
one
to.
forced your hand on that.
They did. They
I
went
mean-
to the auction house and said there's an auctioneer that is in the Vale.
You could have not had an auction.
Yeah, I know.
Only the DM could have made anything happen or not happen. Oh, we had very heavy rains last week. The auction house is currently flooded and won't be operational for 3 months.
Look,
But
I
I did.
don't.
I did create an auctioneer and an
Yeah.
auctioneer's assistant.
Yeah. And I don't like telling my players no, so I'm a nice DM and I say yes. So yes.
I mean, I was happy with a decent amount of them making a little appearance. So
You being a glutton for punishment, Ram, is an issue on your end.
I know. I know. Yeah.
I put a lot of work into my NPC.
There's
You
more.
just get to take advantage of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's going to be something that's going to be making a fresh appearance in the near future as well. I think. With other
So what I'm
streams.
hearing is I need to add more lore to Carthel Door about, the giveaway free shit house that they have. Up
Nah. if you make an auctioneer as well, I'll fucking. I'll burn that fucker to the ground. You'll go back to a ruin.
Now that you mention it, there is a certain vault somewhere in the deep depths of the keep. After
Oh
all.
yeah, that's fine. You don't think I've got stuff for that already planned? You fool.
I assumed you would as soon as I sent it.
Yeah, but we'll cross that bridge when we actually get to Carthaldor. In the meantime, we'll see what happens at this little meal and see what the Sybils have to say about what they've discussed with Nylea, while the rest of you were partying and drinking.
Intentionally left that vision off comms until we get the entire party together.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I do have that all kind of written out though. Do you want me to copy paste it in the D&D lore?
Sure, it's going to be shared with the group anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
We
So
can always say that as we're walking up the stairs as a group,
It
that you
would be
told
a-
us a story.
it would be a good story to share amongst.
Mm-hmm. While I'm dramatically playing music.
But yeah, good shit. Hopefully, well, yeah. So next Friday they're still away, so we'll probably have a break next Friday, and then we'll come back the week after once hopefully everyone is back and returned. So we'll be back on the
Alright.
3rd.
Yeah, so I figured out that my parents are actually here for 2 of the Fridays, but they're fine with us like doing whatever we need to do D&D wise.
Okay.
They called it our nerd game, and I said if they keep calling it our nerd game, I'm gonna force you to make characters for them to play. So they stopped.
Okay. You win. You
But-
win.
Yeah, they're cool with just like entertaining themselves with TV while we do D&D on Fridays, so we should be good for as long as Viking's schedule is good on those Fridays.
Yeah, because funny enough, next Friday I'm actually out at 5, so I will be home by 6.
Yeah, so go figure.
Ah
More
well.
or less. But yeah, a break's fine.
Cool. Right. Until next time, guys.
Hell yeah, good shit.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye,
Hey,
bye.
go.
Bye.